Ladies and gentlemen, dear sirs and madam, I have the honor to welcome you to the Just Transition in Practice Human-Oriented Solutions Conference, organized by the National Center for Climate Change, an organization that is a part of the Institute of Environmental Protection, National Research Institutes. My name is Magdalena Petryniak, and I will have the pleasure and honor to be the host of this event. This year's conference is focusing on human-oriented solutions. As the subtitle of the conference indicates, the goal of the conference, the goal of the meeting is to identify and also share the most practical and effective solutions that have already been implemented or could be implemented in the process of just transition. But before we kick off the conference, I have a special guest with me, Mr. Adam Giburze-Czetwertyński, who is Under-Secretary of State in the Polish Ministry of Climate and Environment. Hello, welcome.
Thank you, Magda, for the introduction, and thank you to you all and to all the panelists who will be taking part in today's discussion and in tomorrow's as well, because it's a two-day conference, and just transition is really a critical aspect of the challenge we are facing with climate change. If we want to be able to implement the policies we need, and if we want to be successful in reducing emissions, in transforming our societies very widely, from the way we produce energy to the way we consume goods to the way we transport and spend our time, we need to do it in a way that is just and beneficial to all in a society. And this is what we are going to be discussing today and tomorrow with eminent specialists from different organizations. And I'm very glad to have been able to gather such a round of experts for these 2 days. We need solutions that are centered on people, that take into account their needs, their fears, not ignoring them, keeping in mind their need to ensure that everyone benefits from this transition. And this is a challenge that we specifically understand in Poland, but that we do share with a number of countries across the globe. When we had a presidency of the COP in Katowice, we approved with 55 countries a declaration for just transition that has initiated this round of conferences, and I'm very glad that we can repeat this discussion this year. We're going to be discussing about 4 important topics in connection with just transition. First of all, on the quality of life and how it impacts our quality of life. This is really at the center of our policies and should be at the centers of our policies to make sure that we do improve the quality of life of all people, of all regions across the globe. I think that the second central element in these just transition policies is to make sure that we develop the competencies needed for the workforce, and in particular the competencies that will be needed for the transition. The transition is requiring a number of new jobs, of new skills to be developed and to make sure that we can achieve our goals. Obviously, a central element of the just transition is to ensure an appropriate social dialogues, and I will be also very grateful to hear all the good solutions and experiences that there is around this idea. And this is something that we just know all too well in Poland, without discussions with the trade unions, with our all the social partners, making sure that the way we plan the transition takes into account the needs of all the workers and of all the citizens. And finally, the fourth topic that we have foreseen for this conference is the role of culture and identity in just transition, and we think this is also a particularly important element. Just transition is really a complex process that we need to approach globally. That we need to make sure that we take into account all these different elements, these different aspects, sharing experiences, taking benefits from the good practices that have been implemented in various countries, in various organizations, to make sure that the climate policies we implement are implemented in a way that is beneficial for all citizens. And I really believe that today's conference will be able to identify such human-oriented solutions that will ensure that the just transition is not just a process, but that it is really transformative and in a way that improves everyone's life across the globe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. I have one small question to you. Since Katowice COP24, the just transition became a core topic in the agenda of many meetings like this, gathering people from international institutions, unions, business, talking together. How do you see the development since COP24 and engagement of parties in this dialogue?
Well, I'm very much encouraged by the way we are seriously tackling the subjects, not just in Poland, not just in Europe, but really across the globe in different countries. I think for very long we were looking at the climate policy as a purely environmental challenge, and now we see that it is really a challenge for the entire economy, for the entire society. And if we want these policies to be successful, we need to involve all the stakeholders, all the people that will be, and especially the ones that are the most vulnerable, that will be the most impacted by the consequences of climate policy, to make sure that this policy is actually improving their lives, and to be able also to dispel all the fears and anxiety that may be coming with this transition we're going through.
I agree. Thank you so much for your presence and for your involvement in creating this platform, this forum, where we're going to see today as well the representatives of international organizations, international unions, the business, non-governmental organizations, researchers coming together to discuss how to pave the way, how to share experiences in creating this process, which is challenging, as we also have heard, so that we don't leave anyone behind this transition. Thank you so much, Minister. And now I would like to invite you to listen to a special message that we received from Mr. Frans Timmermans, Executive Vice President of the European Commission for the European Green Deal.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to join you virtually today at the National Center for Climate Change in Poland to discuss our ambition on climate and just transition. I especially welcome this conference and the work of the Polish National Center for Climate Change because it was COP24 in Katowice that put just transition on the international agenda. Back in 2018, the Just Transition and Solidarity Declaration sent a clear signal that climate mitigation and just transition must go hand in hand if we are to succeed. Today, less than 3 weeks after COP26, the world is ready to push the accelerate button on just transition for coal miners, for those employed in carbon-intensive industries, and for the regions which rely on fossil fuels. When we went to Glasgow, it was clear that the task ahead of the negotiators was huge. The IPCC told us that to keep the climate crisis at bay, we needed to keep 1.5 degrees target within reach. And the agreement which we got in Glasgow, I think, allows us to do exactly this. We now know that we can deliver the promises made in Paris. The new target is COP27 in Egypt next year, Sharm el-Sheikh. The COP decision commits us to get on track for 1.5 degrees target next year and to accelerate our actions. We will get new NDCs to be adapted to reduce global emissions by 45% by 2030, and they must be in line with reaching net zero in 2050. I think that's a very, very positive outcome. We have new commitments on finance and adaptation. We also have the rulebook finished. That means that we can start implementing the Paris Agreement with rules of transparency to measure whether our progress towards a climate neutral future is real. But more importantly, the COP decision also tells everyone that we need to go further and faster with moving away from coal. In other words, we now have a global consensus that the consumption of coal has to go down. Next to this, COP26 delivered another important initiative. South Africa, which is one of the world's largest consumers, producers and exporters of coal, agreed to take up the challenge of coal phase-out and just transition with the help of the EU, the US, France, Germany and the United Kingdom. We work together to demonstrate that moving away from coal can be done in a socially fair manner and without compromising South Africa's security of energy supply. And above all, that it can bring more jobs and a cleaner environment from which everyone will benefit. Here in Poland, I see a lot of opportunities for showcasing just transition. The region of Eastern Wielkopolska wants to phase out lignite before 2030 and become Poland's first climate neutral coal region by 2040. Silesia also has ambitious plans to produce electric cars, for instance. If we can make it in South Africa and if we can make it in Poland, these two countries can become the lighthouses for the rest of the world. Europe has a lot of experience in coal phase-out. My own region in the Netherlands phased out coal when I was a child, and I've seen firsthand how difficult it is for entire communities to suddenly lose their income and their sense of pride. That is why we need to get it right this time, and to share our experiences with the rest of the world. Europe is ready to play a leading role, and we believe that this process is only just starting. Further down the road, we will also need to have a global conversation on the transition away from fossil oil and gas. That is why in Glasgow we launched a global dialogue on just transition, which we hope can be the first step towards international cooperation on this important priority. Today, as we come out of COP26, everyone needs to start taking practical steps to implement their ambitious commitments. And as we do so, I'm deeply convinced that we need this transition to be just, or there just will be no transition. We need to take care of those who have a more difficult starting point. Not everyone starts from the same position. That is why just transition is at the heart of the European Green Deal. The Just Transition Fund was the first initiative we adopted when we announced the European Green Deal 2 years ago. We are now waiting for just transition plans from the regions. Once they're approved, the investments can start flowing. We need to act fast because the transition away from coal is accelerating. Renewables are now more competitive than coal in most places around the world, and the International Energy Agency confirmed this year that solar panels provide the cheapest electricity humanity's ever seen. The transition makes economic sense and is now, by and large, driven by market signals. But the challenge of just transition remains, because we cannot rely on the invisible hand of the markets to make it socially fair. But let's face it, as we go further with the decarbonization of our economy and add more sectors, the challenge of the just transition becomes ever more complex. Without just transition, families with lower income will be impacted by our move towards net zero emission buildings and zero emission transport. We cannot let that happen. That is why, as part of our Fit for 55 package, the EU proposed a new social climate fund, which will distribute over 70 billion euros to the most vulnerable families across Europe. We will provide financial support for switching to clean heating systems and clean transport and building renovation. And of course, we know that resources are part of the answer, but just transition doesn't end here. If you spend more money in regions, but never talk to the people, to the coal miners and to the mayors, then you're missing the main point of just transition. Because in order to be just, it needs to be locally owned. It needs to have a human face, integrate stakeholders in the decision-making, and it needs to promote social dialogue. We also need to think about this as an intergenerational fairness. If you continue spending money on keeping coal mines alive, then you're wasting valuable resources which could be used to build an economy which serves our children and our grandchildren. Ladies and gentlemen, transition towards climate neutrality is not just an accelerated climate policy. It's a new industrial revolution, which leads to profound changes in our economy and in international trade. Just think about it. Today, fossil fuels provide 3/4 of our energy needs in buildings for heating and cooling. They're used in industry as a source of energy and feedstock, and in transport. All of these sectors need to move to new technologies, and many of our habits need to change. We know that with every transition come opportunities, but also disruptions and challenges. And since we're going through a number of overlapping societal transitions right now, we have an opportunity to build new economic structures which reflect our aspirations. Let me finish by saying that we have a window of opportunity to build a better economy, which is more open, inclusive, and more socially fair. So let's get on with it, because it is the right thing to do. Thank you, and I hope you have a good discussion today.
Just transition is at the heart of the European Green Deal. We must act fast, said Mr. Timmermans, who also pointed out some regions that already succeeded in the transition, however, stating that the challenges remain complex. About the challenges and opportunities and good practices of the just transition, we are talking today during the conference. As Minister Czetwertyński already said, the conference will tackle four topics, four different topics. We will be talking about the impact of the just transition on the quality of life. We will tackle the issues of skills and labor market to adjust the regions and to adopt to the just transition. We will be talking a lot about the dialogue, the role of social dialogue in the just transition process, and last but not least, about the cultural and identity changes brought about by just transition. We will tackle those four topics in four discussions panel. And now, without further ado, I would like to invite you to the first discussion panel with our distinguished guests. And let me now introduce our guests who are already with us. Mr. Ovais Sarmad, Deputy Executive Secretary of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Hello. Mr. Sanda Ojiambo, CEO and Executive Director, United Nations Global Compact. Mr. Sander Happaerts, Coordinator of the Just Transition Fund, DG REGIO, European Commission. Mr. Meelis Münt, Secretary General of the Ministry of the Environment of Estonia, and Mr. Ricardo Félix, Vice President of the European Investment Bank. Hello and welcome. And my first question is to Mr. Ovais Sarmad. Mr. Sarmad, thank you so much for being with us during this conference. You are a big supporter and ambassador of the Just Transition conference. And my first question to you would be, how would you define the role of social dialogue in the Just Transition?
Go to the social. Magdalena, thank you very much. This is a great opportunity, and it's a pleasure to contribute to this important event. Just transition is a subject very close to my heart, and as Minister Kurtika knows very well, in Katowice, that was the theme of the COP at that time, and I have been since then following very closely this topic, including at the recent COP. So first of all, I'd like to thank the Polish Ministry of Climate and Environment, and in particular Minister Michał Kurtyka, who is the president of COP24, and the National Center for Climate Change for inviting me to share a few thoughts, which is the role of social dialogue in just transition. Let me just share a few perspectives just to set the scene. We know that just transition is one of the enabling strategies for realizing mitigation ambition. Climate ambition is not only about numbers, and we can talk about it without acknowledging that what we are really talking about is people and their transition. There are 3.3 billion workers in the world, according to the International Labour Organization. Many are already suffering from the impacts of climate crisis, whether it's due to heat stress, drought, flooding, storm, or otherwise. These impacts will only grow worse if climate change is left unchecked. For mitigating these impacts, we need bold, rapid, and large-scale action from the world, from world leaders in keeping their promises in intergovernmental climate negotiations. Now, very briefly, we just came out of COP26 in Glasgow, and you must have all read the news in different media channels, but let me reflect what happened. At COP26, we experienced the highest number of registrations since Paris, including 120 heads of states and government, which were present during the World Leaders Summit. We also saw a very large number of media observers and various different stakeholders, all of that making COP26 one of the largest conferences in the history. Now, why do I say that? Is because in the middle of the pandemic, holding such a conference in person sends a very strong message that the world is serious in tackling climate change. Because in the midst of pandemic, 30, 40,000 people coming together in person might not make a lot of sense, but it was necessary. And that happening sends a very strong message. So during those 2 weeks in Glasgow, at the end of those 2 weeks of arduous negotiations, almost 200 parties agreed to the way forward by adopting something referred to as Glasgow Climate Pact, building upon the Katowice decision and subsequent COPs after that. As the media reports on the outcomes of the COP26, many people ask, was it a success or was it a failure? The answer is not just yes or no, but rather, I strongly believe that COP26 moved the needle in the right direction, especially to keep the 1.5 degrees Celsius target reachable. Subsequently, a balanced package of decisions were adopted, focusing on different pillars of finance, adaptation, mitigation, transparency, ambition, and others. The final package was not perfect and was clearly adopted in a spirit of compromise, yet it entails the most significant progress achieved in the past few years since Paris Agreement and building upon what happened in Katowice. After 6 years of negotiations, the operational and implementable guidelines, the so-called Paris Rule Book, is completed. Decisions adopted in Glasgow will make operational the carbon credit trading, carbon market, and a framework for non-market-based approaches. This is extremely important. This in and of itself is a remarkable achievement whose benefits will multiply over the coming years. Now, the challenge would be to make it happen. Another highlight of the cover decision text was the phasing down of unabated coal power, along with phasing out of inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. This was the first time the world leaders and the COP referred to coal and fossil fuel in the decision. On the other hand, we also know that mitigation actions towards a transition out of fossil fuel could also impact many of the 3.3 billion workers that I just mentioned. It is a delicate transition, but it also must be a just transition. Government and business leaders must work together to help provide the policies and programs to facilitate a just transition and a green mind shift. These policies and programs need to consider the impact this has, not only on climate change, but also on people, creation of decent work, and economic growth. This is explicitly stated in the Paris Agreement. And at COP26 in the cover decision, the parties also emphasized that just transition need to be promoted through sustainable development, eradication of poverty, and creation of decent work and quality jobs. In this decision, parties further mention that this will require financial flows and technology transfers towards low greenhouse gas emissions, climate resilient development, technology, and to support the developing countries. I'll stop there for now and maybe take any questions and listen to other panelists, and then we can come back to greater detail. Back to you, Magdalena.
Mr. Sarmad, thank you for one more time emphasizing the fact that the climate ambition is not just about the numbers, although we all struggle and have very ambitious approach towards achieving 1.5 Celsius target. However, we really need to recenter our discussion and talk about the people and engage people in this process. Thank you so much. And now I'd like to give the voice to Ms. Sanda Ojiambo from the United Global Compact. Ms. Ojiambo couldn't join us live, but she prepared a message, and I would like to invite you to listen to her message.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Sanda Ojiambo, the CEO and Executive Director of the United Nations Global Compact. And I'd like to thank the National Center for Climate Change in Poland for this invitation. It is a pleasure to address you today regarding the skills and labor market shifts needed for a just transition, a critical and urgent step on the road to net zero. We recently witnessed members of the international community taking positive steps in Glasgow, Scotland. The COP26 outcome indicates that political will is moving in the right direction, but it is not enough. It's not where it needs to be. Rather, we all need to be in emergency mode, as the UN Secretary General has emphasized. To avert catastrophic climate change, we need to halve global emissions by 2030. If we fail to do so, we will not have a fighting chance of keeping temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And that's why I urge all of you to set verified net zero targets that are consistent with limiting temperature rise to 1.5 degrees through the Science Based Targets Initiative. This is a crucial step for companies to plan strong, just transition frameworks, and one that makes sense for the planet as well as local economies. A just transition is not just an integral part of people-centered climate action, but it will also benefit sustainable long-term growth. To achieve a 1.5 degree future, we need all hands on deck. A rapid move to renewable energy requires local governments, unions, and the private sector to get involved, supporting affected communities and people by generating green jobs. As companies in all sectors work to halve global emissions by 2030, they must simultaneously ensure that there will be positive impacts for their employees and for communities. The pandemic, as we know, continues to negatively impact employment across the globe. The International Labour Organization's latest estimates show that labour market recovery from the pandemic stalled in the year 2021. It reports that the number of hours worked globally remains significantly below its pre-pandemic level by a margin of the equivalent of 125 million full-time jobs. Now it is flatlining. Furthermore, the ILO reported that employment has declined more for women, youth, and medium and low-skilled workers, with major differences found across sectors. This important research underscores the need to equip labor markets with the high-level skill sets needed for greener jobs. This includes services that are available and easily accessible to all, including adequate training and professional development services, and reskilling workers. According to the ILO, 25 million jobs can be created in a green transition with a loss of only 7 million jobs. At COP26, the UN Global Compact was proud to join the ILO and the International Trade Union Confederation to launch a Think Lab on just transition, the goal of which is to partner with businesses to shape thought leadership, including on best practices. And as the world's largest corporate sustainability initiative, corporate climate action is central to our mission at the Global Compact. We believe that a just transition can help companies anchor their sustainability practices to a rights-based and principles-based approach. We now count on your leadership in the business community to use your influence for good. Thank you.
It is fitting that Mr. Ojiambo mentioned a positive impact on the number of jobs created in the process of just transition. However, she emphasizes that there is a need for creation of green jobs, upskilling workers and creating services that people, especially those disadvantaged people, can also participate in. Let's now continue the topic of the labor market, and I would like to give the voice to Mr. Happaerts and ask for your take about the impact of the just transition on the labor market and skills.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. Can you hear me well?
We can hear you very well, yeah.
Perfect.
Good.
Yes, so I would like to take this opportunity to speak to you a little bit about the Just Transition Fund, which is one of the initiatives part of the European Green Deal. I think you have received also a presentation from me. Yes, there it is. And so, yes, Mr. Timmermans, our Executive Vice President of the European Commission responsible for the European Green Deal, already spoke about this. Next slide, please. As part of the European Green Deal, which is the EU's new growth strategy and one that aims at being the first climate neutral continent in 2050. There are a lot of different policies and different initiatives attached, but one very key objective is to ensure that this transition is just for all, meaning that we leave no one behind. Mr. Timmermans spoke also, for instance, about the Social Climate Fund, which will help vulnerable consumers. Ensuring a just transition is something that we will really also tackle horizontally. But one of the very concrete initiatives, next slide please, is the Just Transition Fund. And this is really aimed at leaving no region behind. And the Just Transition Fund will be part of cohesion policy, and cohesion policy, as you know, is the main investment arm of European policy. It will, in the next period from 2021 to 2027, again invest almost 400 billion euros through different funds to help all the regions in Europe, and really to make sure that especially those regions who start not from the same point, so the regions that are behind in certain fields, get more and tailored support. And so cohesion policy through these different funds, including the new Just Transition Fund, will invest in place-based innovation, meaning we invest in the strengths of each region to make sure that they can benefit from major transformations in the world, like the digital transition. The policy also invests in large-scale deployment of technological and social innovation. So this means that with, for instance, the European Regional Development Fund, we will invest in energy efficiency, renewable energy, circular economy. We help regions to phase out unsustainable practices, such as the reliance on fossil fuels, and we ensure just transition for all. And this is, of course, what I will speak about mostly. So in the next slide, you can see that the new Just Transition Fund, which has about 19 billion euros. So this is a relatively small fund compared to the overall cohesion policy envelope. This is part of a broader just transition mechanism, which also includes a dedicated just transition scheme within InvestEU to leverage additional private investment, and a public sector loan facility to leverage additional public financing. For all these three mechanisms, we need to have territorial just transition plans. These are the plans that Mr. Timmermans already mentioned, and that we are currently negotiating with all member states. And in the next slide, you can see how this 19 billion euros of the Just Transition Fund has been allocated to all the member states. So Poland is the biggest beneficiary of this fund. Yes, next slide, please. And in order for these funds to be used, we are now negotiating the plans. It is also important to realize that the Just Transition Fund in contrast to the other cohesion policy funds, will not be given to all the regions in Europe. It will be given only to those regions that face the biggest consequences of the climate transition in the next decade. So these could be, for instance, coal regions or regions dependent on the production of peat or oil shale. These are the regions that you see in red here on this map. These are, of course, industries that will decline, that will disappear in order to be able to reach climate neutrality in 2050. And we need to help those regions to find a new economic future, and especially to find and to new jobs and to help the people and the workers affected. This is very important. But also the Just Transition Fund in some other member states, and you can see some examples highlighted in orange, will help those regions that are heavily dependent on carbon intensive industries. Now, these are not industries that we want to make disappear or expect to decline. These are industries that are heavily dependent or heavily intensive in greenhouse gas emissions, but we expect these industries to transform, so to go towards low carbon steel production, low carbon cement production, etc. And these transformations will also have a huge human impact. So this is why the Just Transition Fund in some member states will support these carbon intensive regions. And in order to receive support from the Just Transition Fund, we need to give it to the regions that face the most negative impacts resulting from the transition in the next decade. Of course, all other regions will continue to receive massive support from the other cohesion policy funds. And in the next slide, this is a bit of a summary of what we are now negotiating with member states and what we are expecting member states to develop in their territorial just transition plans for each of the regions that I showed on the map before. This is first to know what transition process will actually take place at national level. So each member state needs to outline how it will reach the 2030 and 2050 targets, because on this basis, we want to know what will be the impact at the level of the territories of this transition process. So for instance, if in Sweden there is a commitment that the whole country will already be climate neutral in 2040, then this will certainly have an impact in a territory that is heavily dependent on steel production already now, so by 2030 or before. The same for those regions that have already committed to closing down coal mines in the near future. These will definitely have an impact already now in terms of job losses, in terms of broader economic impact due to the closure of certain sites. There will be needs to reskill people. There could also be certain demographic impacts. So these are the impacts that will be described in the territorial just transition plans, and these will be different across regions. And then the plans will indicate which types of investments are proposed to be funded by the Just Transition Fund to help alleviate these impacts. And in the first place, this will be about skills for the workers affected. So this really puts the emphasis on the people involved, but also an economic diversification, meaning that the regions who are heavily dependent on declining sectors or on transforming sectors, we also want to help them in line with their own strengths to invest in new economic sectors. And there, you know, Mr. Timmermans already mentioned batteries. There are opportunities in circular economy. There could be certain opportunities in, for instance, mining regions to invest in other types of raw material value chains. So this is very important that we not only help the regions face the impacts, but also really the Just Transition Fund wants to make sure that all regions have a chance to benefit from the transition to climate neutrality. And then in the next slide, please. So this is also has been said before, and this is an important principle of cohesion policy, and so now also of the Just Transition Fund. We need to make sure that the people of the regions, it is a place-based policy, they are around the table when decisions are being made about how the fund will be used. So this means the trade unions, they know best what kind of skilling needs the workers have. This means the mayors and the local authorities. This means civil society. This means the universities who know what the strengths are in those regions. and also the next generation, so the youth. We cannot speak about youth without youth at the table. So this is very important. Several regions have already undertaken these participatory processes to help develop their territorial just transition plan, and we will check in the Commission when we receive those plans whether these processes have been done. In the next slide, please. So in the same spirit of partnership, we at the European Commission have established the Just Transition platform. This is a mechanism that we will use in the coming years to assist all the stakeholders in accessing and using the support of the Just Transition mechanism. We already had 4 high-level events. These were all virtual, of course, in the past 2 years, to speak about the development of the territorial just transition plans and to share good practices. We are in the process of making a better and dedicated web page with all the needed info and help to access the just transition mechanism. On the carbon intensive regions, we have also launched working groups where we are together with employees, employers, universities, experts to speak really about the just transition challenges of sectors like steel, cement, and chemicals. The Commission had already been working specifically with coal regions, including peat and oil shale regions in the Coal Regions in Transition initiative, and this is now also under the umbrella of the Just Transition platform. That was it. I put on the last slide where you can see a link to the current website of the Just Transition platform, and also a link to a staff working document that the Commission published a couple of months ago to give you more information about the territorial Just Transition plans. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Happaerts. Talking about money and funds, it's usually captivating and grabbing our attention, and I hope we'll continue that discussion. And now, with all that we have heard, I would like to give the voice to our next panelist and speaker, Mr. Meelis Münt. And Mr. Münt, I would like to ask about your experiences in coordinating and carrying out a social dialogue. Could you give some examples from how you manage that process in Estonia?
Thank you very much for the invitation and the possibility to speak today about the role of social dialogue in just transition. I will indeed touch upon the details and aspects you were asking in my speech. But indeed, I can say at the outset that really the engagement process, the social dialogue has been the key in drawing up our territorial just transition plan, and good direct dialogue with local stakeholders mostly affected by the green transition has been the key, that we have really been in the regions most affected with climate change, with the transition to green economy. So at the outset, I can say that strong participation of everybody is the main driver in order to get everybody on board, in order to make the change happen. But yeah, I will also say that it's clear from textbooks that that if you are talking about the change management, the communication is the key in any transition. And the larger the scale, the more stakeholders are involved, more complex are the interests, the more important the communication becomes. And the communication really ensures that we all move in the same direction and we are committed in the same goals. And the transition to climate neutrality is of a scale that most of us will never get a chance to experience twice in our lives. It is global. It really touches all spheres of people's lives. It will completely revamp our economies in the next few decades. So the communication plus the social dialogue is the key in order to achieve that. Of course, there are regions in Europe that will be most affected by our climate goals, and therefore the support under the just transition mechanism is really fair and it is really needed. But we cannot forget that in various degrees, everyone will need to make efforts to reach our climate goals and climate neutrality. So therefore, we cannot underestimate the social dialogue and communication. And the messages need to really focus on positive impacts, possible solutions, and tangible human stories. If people cannot relate themselves to the transition nor feel the need for it, and if they cannot really visualize the benefits, they will have no reason to support the change, to support the transition. I will bring some of the examples we have carried out in Estonia. What we really see that is environmental data is really playing an important role in the future. It really helps us to understand the effects of current practices, but also provides a basis for better solutions for the future. For example, air quality information that is accessible, that is understandable for everybody, can really drive the green transition in industrial areas, create demand for greener mobility solutions, and also more nature in cities. But people will need to have access to the data, and they really need to understand what that really does mean to them. They must understand how the air quality affects their well-being, their health, and it is important by government officials and politicians, and also the academia, to provide evidence how the well-being and air quality are interlinked. Of course, the energy transition will take place together with the goal of climate neutrality. And what I can say from our perspective, the NIMBY effect in terms of moving towards climate neutrality is really here. We put a lot of effort in order to deploy more renewable energy, wind parks, solar energy, but we are really tackled the locals' reluctance to put up new wind parks and solar parks because of the NIMBY effect. And our people, they understand the problem, but they cannot so far understand the solutions and the benefits of those solutions. But we see that luckily that this is changing, because recently we carried out a survey, and we now see that around 72% of Estonians support marine wind farms, and 62% of our citizens support them onshore. And this is good progress, and we see that hopefully we can avoid the NIMBY struggles in the future. And luckily also younger people are more in favor of wind parks and solar energy. If we talk about just transition, in terms of Estonia, we cannot forget our region called Ida-Virumaa. This is the region in the eastern part of Estonia. There are around 134,000 people, and only 17.5% of them are speaking Estonian as their mother tongue. And there is our biggest polluter sector, oil shale sector. This sector is concentrated in this area, and the greenhouse gas emissions in 2019 of oil shale sector were about 50% of our total greenhouse gas emissions. But at the same time, we cannot forget that there are around 5,000 employees, people working in this sector. And the number of employees has halved in the last 13 years. So the transition has already taken place in this sector. But the indirect effect in terms of labor market are manifold in terms of in this sector regarding the oil shale. And we cannot also neglect the fact that the unemployment rate in this region is twice as high as in Estonia on average. but the income of people working in this sector is higher than Estonian average. So this is why we have to really be fair. We really need a good communication, and we have to be really focused on how we make the green transition happen. So therefore, yes, Ida-Virumaa has been our focus in terms of preparing our territorial just transition plans. And it has been our goal and idea that we have to engage all stakeholders in this particular region. This could provide locals a sense of ownership. It also motivates them to take an active role in not just watching, but also making the transition happen, and also a desire and willingness to see it succeed. So therefore, we established regional just transition platform. We established soft networking structures and public consultation activities, where a broad set of local stakeholders were involved. In this process, it is also crucial that we really find vocal local spokespeople. If only a few people that locals have no relation to talk about transition or climate neutrality, it will remain distant to most. So having a good local spokespeople is key, especially if we keep in mind that the local level is where the transition really takes place. In those transitions, younger people are a crucial demographic group. They see the transition as a positive change, and they are more prepared for the measures and actions that are needed. Currently, a youth climate assembly in Ida-Virumaa, in this very particular region, is being organized. And the young people were all selected to be part of the assembly by random selection. They will get the background information, the knowledge from local companies, climate experts, policy experts, and they will give their voice into the just transition actions, as well as general strategies also. Transparency of a decision making and making all the relevant information accessible to people is important. That means translating materials into other languages and making information available to people where it is easy for them to find them, but nor easy for us to pick it up. So it is important that the materials are well understood by those who are most affected by the change. Historically, we have also received a lot of criticism that the politicians and the officials don't want to listen to the people in Ida-Virumaa. Whilst I can agree with some of the criticism, and I can say this is justified, I can now really say that the preparation of our just transition plan has set a new benchmark for the communication and social dialogue between the local community and the central government. And it has really been a very important learning process for us, for government officials as well. The COVID pandemic has also had its effects. Ideally, we would have had many more physical meetings and discussions, especially in the just transition regions. Currently, we are forced to be more virtual than we would sometimes like to be. But this has also a benefit for some. It is easier to take part in to take part of online discussions, online meetings, and in other cases, we think that this virtual meetings between locals, government officials, local stakeholders, it has a bit hampered our process. More physical connection with those more affected by the change, it is always much better than the virtual meetings. I will conclude by saying that we really need to keep all of this in mind. This is a broad set of measures in order to make the just transition happen. Leadership, clear messaging is very important. And if we are really overly technical, overly political, it will remain distant to people, and it will remain a monologue which must be avoided. So thank you very much. I will conclude by that, and I leave it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Münt, for this very practical presentation, and thank you for sharing your experiences in carrying out the just transition communication, buying in communities, generating platforms to reach out to people. And what stays with me the most is to shorten the distance between us, policymakers, decision makers, and the communities. One element of that is simple language people can understand, examples they can actually identify with. Thank you so much. I do believe a lot of our listeners can learn from that and get inspired. And now it's time to invite our next panelist, who is the Vice President of the European Investment Bank, Mr. Ricardo Mourinho Félix. Unfortunately, Mr. Mourinho Félix couldn't join us live. However, he recorded a special message that I now invite you to listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me start by thanking the kind invitation to participate in this conference in Poland. It is a great pleasure to share my views on just transition and on how critical it is that the transition is just. I know how much it matters for so many citizens around the world. And I know how much it is key for so many Polish citizens. The debate about the just transition and how to implement it in practice is a key one. There will not be a well-succeeded climate transition if it is not a just transition. A transition that leaves no one behind. And it is just this. In fact, I don't have much more to say. But let me add some more arguments. Let me illustrate what it means. At United Nations Climate Conference in Glasgow, the need for a just and fair transition was widely debated. And it is widely accepted today that the shift from unabated fossil fuels to renewable energy must go hand in hand with supporting measures. It is also widely accepted that the benefits come at a cost that is not distributed in a fair manner. But it is also widely accepted that the benefit is far much larger than the costs. Thus, holistic plans with comprehensive measures are needed to mitigate these costs. To make the climate transition social and economically acceptable, we need to create opportunities for the most affected regions and communities. The transition to a low-carbon economy must be inclusive. Leaving no one behind is the motto. In Poland, in Europe, and everywhere on Earth. The climate transition is imperative. It is an existential issue, no less than that. It is in our common interests, making sure that by eliminating the utilization of unabated fossil fuels, we benefit all humankind through lower greenhouse gas emissions and lower global warming. But to benefit all humankind, a just transition is key. Climate neutrality will require a radical economic and societal transformation. And radical transformations will only succeed if they are just, if they gather the broad support of our citizens, if they do not create the new winners and losers of tomorrow. The transition is a long journey, like its root word, transit. It is a long and narrow way to arrive safely at our destination, on time and on budget. We must plan and organize the journey wisely. The key question is how to do it in practice. First, we cannot look at just transition only in terms of paying for the closure of some coal mines with grants to the affected regions. Money plays a central role, but it can only be part of the solution. Redistribution by itself will not suffice. Building on the key themes identified in this debate, I would say that skills and human capital and labor market issues are the key. Historically, regional economies dependent on fossil fuels extraction gave birth to jobs in capital-intensive industries, in manufacturing, in heavy industry. The wealth created has in turn bred universities, technical schools, and research centers that attracted solid knowledge-based industries. And we cannot run the risk of destroying this wealth. It will be a total, inefficient human capital destruction. It will simply be self-inflicted pain. We need to retrain to retain it. It is precisely because we have old industries that we can build new ones. It is because we have a skilled labor force that we can retrain it. It is key to redirect workforce skills towards new ventures. In urban planning, when architects create something new out of an existing deteriorating facility, they call it brownfield regeneration, by opposition to greenfield regeneration, a brand new construction occupying the new space. The great advantage of brownfield approach is that it not only revives derelict sites, but also improves the quality of life in neighboring areas. In socioeconomic terms, there are many examples of post-industrial areas that found new life. And here in Poland, you have a very good one. The city of Katowice and its neighborhood. Katowice is a great example of a coal mining town that is on its way towards a successful transition. Katowice was the first Polish city that received a direct loan from the European Investment Bank. It was more than 20 years ago. The European Investment Bank has supported cities' renewal with loans of more than 200 million euros over the years. This partnership led to the development of the center of Katowice, led to the construction of the new National Polish Radio Symphony Orchestra building, to the building of International Congress Center. Our loans supported turning a coal mining town into a vibrant urban center, supported the offering of new business opportunities to its workers, support the offering of a healthier environment to its citizens. Katowice shows what can be done when the vision of national and local authorities meets European Union money. The European Investment Bank has been supported similar projects all over the European Union, in Eastern and Western Europe, in the North and in the South. In Germany, we financed rehabilitation of the former open-cast lignite mines in the general federal state of Brandenburg. In France, we financed the Nord-Pas-de-Calais investment platform, which combines EU funds, EIB loans, and resources from French public and private financial institutions. This platform focuses on energy efficiency, on renewable energy, on circular economy, and on mobility projects. A fully fledged shift from fossil fuels to low-carbon economy while keeping our living standards requires innovation. The green and digital transition are twin sisters. New digital technologies are the key to develop energy efficiency and energy-saving solutions in buildings, to make the sourcing of renewable energy like wind and solar economically viable, and to make existing grids fit for the new energy sources. Digitalization will shape the way we produce and consume energy and the way we move. European Investment Bank has the right instruments to finance projects that can support regions managing their journey towards a cleaner world. We are concluding our value proposal to boost the power of the Just Transition mechanism, in line with increased EIB ambition in the cohesion regions, with a view to allow project implementation at scale and time, as well as reaching to smaller projects on time when the Just Transition plans are approved by the European Commission. The Just Transition mechanism offers several financing instruments available. One of these instruments is the InvestEU program, for which the EIB is a key implementing partner. Climate action and cohesion must go hand in hand. The Just Transition mechanism is a central element of European support to member states, cities and regions in the years to come. The instruments at our disposal are inspired by European Union cohesion policy, are inspired by the idea of raising the living standards of all our citizens, by the will of fostering competitiveness for all EU companies. It is about boosting the unity and economic strength of the European Union as a whole. Cohesion is at the core mission of the European Investment Bank since its inception in 1958 and remains to be so. The European Investment Bank is increasing its ambition on cohesion. We decided to raise lending for cohesion regions to more than 45% from 2025 onwards, from the 30% at the present. The just transition lies at the intersection of cohesion and other fundamental mission of the European Investment Bank, climate action. We are the EU Climate Bank. The European Investment Bank will devote at least half of its total activity to climate action and environmental sustainability from 2025 onwards. Since the beginning of 2021, all our new operations will be aligned with the Paris Agreement. These two priorities go hand in hand. They are complementary. We will not succeed on climate transition if we do not offer opportunities to communities that risk losing out in the transition. This implies that the European Investment Bank will ground its support for a just transition with a long-term view, a strategy to create or recreate a climate-friendly and green socio-economic environment. Our approach is based on a deep social dialogue with local authorities and with local communities. Europe has succeeded in several industrial transitions since the 19th century, and the transition to a low-carbon economy will not be an exception. If every region in Europe can build on its skills and culture and embrace change as an opportunity, we will succeed. And I'm sure that we'll succeed again, by putting together the best clean technologies in which we are global leaders with our innovation capacity. These are two key ingredients for just transition that can create a sustainable economy while preserving our living standards. We need to continue innovating, to enhance energy efficiency, to produce enough renewable energy, while retraining and refocusing our workers to be active players in this change. I look forward to learn from the debate, from the experts, on how to do the climate transition, leaving no one behind. Many thanks.
Money plays a central role in the just transition, but it can be only a part of the solution, Mr. Mourinho Félix emphasized. We actually need to invest in a way that we create human capital, and for that to happen, a dialogue is a need. The importance of dialogue, the importance of smart investment, but also communication, I do believe were the key elements of our discussion, which I would like to thank so much to our distinguished guests for your participation and your input and very practical thoughts and experiences that you shared with our listeners. Thank you so much for this discussion panel. Thank you for your participation. And with that, I would like to invite all of you for a first break of today's conference. It will be a short break, 5 minutes break, after which we will start the second panel of the conference.
Over half of the world's population lives in cities. While each city is unique, they face similar challenges, including pollution, the climate crisis, and the COVID-19 pandemic. The exchange of ideas to address urban challenges, such as improved housing, basic services, and green spaces, is critical. The World Urban Forum, known as WUF, is the largest global gathering on sustainable urbanization. The forum is convened by UN Habitat every 2 years. In 2022, WUF 11 will be the city of Katowice in Poland with the theme Transforming Our Cities for a Better Urban Future. WUF 11 in 2022 will explore solutions to make cities safer, greener, and a better place to live. This is a transformation that Katowice itself has experienced. WUF 11 is organized by UN Habitat, Poland's Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy, and the city of Katowice. We are building the cities of the future today. Join us in 2022 and be at the heart of this change.
National Center for Climate Change is the first research center in Poland focused on a wide scope of climate change issues, operating within the Institute of Environmental Protection National Research Institute. We provide expertise on climate policy, conduct climate change impact research and analytical works, deliver insights to decision makers in climate policy, support the Ministry of Climate and Environment as well. We focus on low and zero emission transport, adaptation to climate change in cities, just transition, sustainable investments and green cities, circular economy, green finance, business responsibility, as well as education and building social awareness of climate change, both formal and informal. Important part of our work are conferences and webinars for various groups of recipients where we connect public institutions, business and academic work on both local and international level. Global E-Mobility Forum, People and Climate, Solidarity and Just Transition, Human Faces of Climate Change are the titles of the most famous examples of our annual global events. Every quarter, we publish a magazine with different leading topics: cities and climate, green finance, just transition. These are the titles of the latest editions. One of our projects is Eco-Funding Search Engine, a portal where one can find all the options for financial support and investments in ecological projects. Another one is already very popular publication, Climate Education Green Kindergarten, where teachers can find practical and ready-to-be-used interesting hints and ideas for lessons with children. We cooperate with other research institutions, international organizations, academia, public sector, NGOs and business, sharing knowledge and building the awareness of the coming change regarding the new professions as well. Climate change officer, climate resilience officer, many new job careers in the e-mobility sector, to name just a few. Please follow us on our social media.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, welcome back after the break. This is Just Transition in Practice, Human-Oriented Solutions Conference. And now it's time to start the second panel of the conference. And I'm very pleased to welcome our distinguished guests who are already with us. Let me introduce Professor Phoebe Koundouri, Chair of the European Association of Environmental and Natural Resource Economists. Mr. Remy Sietchiping, Chief of the Policy, Legislation and Governance Section, UN Habitat. Mr. Wolfhart, Pohl, Lead Specialist in Environmental and Social Sustainability at the World Bank. Mr. Robert Marinkovic, Advisor for Climate and Green Economy, International Organization of Employers. And Mr. Antoni Bielewicz, Director of the European Climate Foundation, Poland. Some of our guests are already with us, but we'll also be joined by Mr. Bielewicz soon. Without further ado, let me first invite and give a microphone to Professor Phoebe Koundouri. Madame, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can I ask the organizers to allow me to share a presentation, if that is possible?
I do believe that it will be possible, Professor.
At the moment, the function is disabled. So the host has to give me the rights to do that. So let me start my speech, and I hope I will be able to share my presentation as we move along, so that we don't waste time. So at the moment, we are facing multiple crises. We are facing a crisis that has to do with the pandemic, of course, and then we also face the big economic recession that derives from the pandemic, the climate change crisis, which basically translates into extreme weather events occurring more frequently and at the same time with a bigger severity. And then we have another crisis which is related to a climate change crisis, and it is the biodiversity collapse crisis. And all of these crises, together with the sleeping elephant of increased population, need to be met simultaneously. We need to find a way to move from where we are to a growth, a transition, a pathway that will allow us to have a sustainable interaction between the economy, the society, and nature. I lead the International Cluster for Research on Sustainability Transition, which basically is composed of the universities, university research labs that I lead, and some networks that are relevant and very instrumental in the sustainability transition. So it's the socioeconomic and environmental research lab at the Athens University of Economics and Business, the Athena Research and Innovation Center, which is the biggest information technology center in the country that produces my team there focuses on the green and digital transition, the twin transition to sustainability. The EIT Climate Kick, I direct the Greek hub, and there we accelerate innovations relevant for the climate neutral economy. And I also lead the SDSN Greek and European hubs, which are members of the global network, the biggest global network on Sustainable Development Solutions Network under the auspices of the UN. There, in this cluster of institutions, we focus on many research and innovation projects with a budget of 500 million the last 10 years on research and innovation, innovation acceleration, deep demonstration, education, training, and the creation of vibrant and effective science policy interface. Now, our work is research and innovation commercialization work, but as you know, it is not enough to have science and research and innovation contributing to the development pathways for the sustainability transition. It is instrumental, it is crucial to have policies, laws, and regulations in place that can incentivize the endorsement of scientific results and technological innovations in order to mobilize the transition. In terms of policies, as you all know, we have since 2015 the SDGs 17 Sustainable Development Goals and the 169 targets within these goals that have been signed by 193 countries. And together with the SDGs, we have the Paris Agreement for Climate Change, 197 countries now with the new COP, 200 countries committing to reducing their CO2 emissions in order to achieve a maximum increase in temperature of no more, global average temperature of no more than 1.5 degrees. Within Europe, we have the European Green Deal. We know the 4 axes of the European Green Deal: climate neutrality by 2050, reduction on pollution, clean tech leadership for European companies, and of course, leaving no one behind. And the European Green Deal is supported by 1 trillion budget, some coming from EU budget, and some hope to be leveraged by public-private partnerships. And this happened by the end of 2019. And then we have 2020, which unfortunately brings the coronavirus pandemic, and together with the short-run responses within Europe and across the world that aimed at keeping the vulnerable safe, safeguarding the SMEs from bankruptcy, and helping the financial systems to survive because red loans, non-performing loans mounted. We have thankfully the medium-run response of Europe, which is the next generation EU, which is basically 750 billion in addition to the multi-annual financial framework of the EU invested in green and digital investments. Any investment that is going to be financed by the next generation EU, and most of the EU countries have now received the first influx of money according to their recovery and resilience plans, needs to be 37% climate mainstream, each and every investment, and 20% digital mainstream. This is important because it shows that even after the huge non-linearity of the pandemic, we have the growth strategy of Europe remaining to be the European Green Deal. And in 2021, we have a hectic production of new laws, regulations, and legislations to support the implementation of the European Green Deal and the green and digital transition, which is a transition which has as one of the umbrella axes that leave no one behind principle. No one will be left outside from this transition. The idea is to have social cohesion and enabling each and every citizen to upskill, reskill, and position himself in the society and the economy in a way that he can be a part of this transition, and even better, can be instrumental for this transition. So in 2021, we have the climate law, the first time that the commitment for climate neutrality by 2050 and 55% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 are becoming a law. We have the EU taxonomy, which basically explicitly identifies which investments are to be considered sustainable: climate change mitigation, adaptation, sustainable use and protection of water and marine resources, circular economy, pollution prevention and control, and biodiversity. And together with this, we have the proposal for corporate sustainability reporting directive, which basically extends the scope to all large companies and companies listed on regulated markets that are obliged to submit a sustainability report, and at the same time it audits and monitors and assesses the information that is included in this sustainability report, and also digitally tags this information, and this is very important. Then we had the Fit for 55 package, 13 legislative proposals revising everything that has to do with climate policies, revision of the emissions trading system, revision of the effort sharing regulation, revision of the land use system, proposal for carbon border adjustment mechanism, revision of renewable energy, energy efficiency directive, energy taxation directive, a new EU forest strategy, and revision with anything that has to do with mobility, fuels, cars, vans, aviation, and shipping. And all this happening while, although Europe shows a leadership example for the sustainability transition, we have a huge momentum for climate neutrality pledges around the world, in Canada, in US, countries in Latin America and Africa, China committing to climate neutrality by 2060, and even India after the COP26 climate neutrality by 2070. There is an explicit understanding that we need to move fast, and we need to move fast because the new IPCC report showcased that by the end of the century, we are going to reach plus 3.5 degrees Celsius compared to pre-industrial average global temperature, which is something that we cannot afford. So as UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, with the research support of the cluster of research institutions that I lead, produces every year a report on the transformations for the joint implementation of Agenda 2030 and the European Green Deal, and basically showcases the pathways, the technological policy and financial pathways for the green and digital transition in a way that is jobs-based and inclusive, and in a way that produces positive growth multipliers. So in this report, we connect the four major policy initiatives in Europe, the SDGs, a global initiative, a global agenda, actually the only other global agenda together with the Charter of Human Rights, the European Green Deal, the European semester process, which is the process by which every 6 months the European Commission recommends policy revisions and advancements with regard to the macroeconomic policies of each and every country, and the EU Next Generation, the Recovery and Resilience Fund. And basically, we put these four initiatives together to support policymakers with actionable strategies that can guide EU-wide and national economic recovery in line with Europe's overreaching sustainability agenda. Our major recommendation is that beyond fiscal stimulus that is expected to boost aggregate demand, this crisis calls for transformative public investments that will shape a sustainable and fair future, and green and digital transition, and leverage private sector investment. We know that public money is not enough for implementing the SDGs. We also know that private money are the 3/4 of all the money in the world. So it is quite obvious that we need a clever public-private partnerships for the transition. Let me highlight a few other conclusions from this report. We showcase with machine learning approaches that SDGs and European Green Deal are closely related. And we also showcase that the level of implementation of each SDG indicates, and it is consistent with the recommendations of the European semester process. So the European semester process gives the recommendations for better performance in the areas where SDG performance is low. SDG performance is quantified in another report that we produce as SDSN Europe, the Sustainable Development Report, where we quantify the performance of each and every country with regards to implementing each SDG and each target within the SDG. And not only we have the current performance, but it's also the trend towards 2030. So we find an alignment between European policies and the SDGs of 72%, which is a quite high alignment. And then we proceed with identifying the technological mixture that needs to be used in order to mobilize this sustainability transition. A technological mixture of renewable energy, circular economy, nature-based solutions, climate adaptation, and biodiversity resilience projects together with digitalization. And we say that the European Green Deal should be conceived on a systems approach, simultaneously addressing multiple objectives and promoting the right mixture of policy instruments and technological solutions that can be used across the various sectors of the economy. Sectors to pay particular attention are the power sector, progressively phase out traditional fuels and introduce the right mixture of renewable solutions, circular economy, and nature-based solutions. With regards to industry, we need to focus on the hard-to-abate segments, cement, iron, steel, and petrochemicals. With regards to transport, we have to focus on roadways and railways and airways and navigation. And with regards to buildings, we need to focus on new guidelines for new buildings and retrofitting strategy. One other major conclusion was that sustainable patient finance will be critical in supporting this technological mixture of the mixture of technological solutions. So we don't only need the technological pathways towards the sustainability transition, but we also need the financial pathway, the financial support, what kind of instruments we are going to use for the sustainability transition. And here we need to have governments that will make significant long-term investment and play an entrepreneurial role to provide patient long-term strategic finance that supports sustainable innovation, which means reconceptualizing the financial stability and the mission of our central banks to include climate and environmental degradation risks. We need our national public investment organizations to provide positive sources of long-term patient finance that will support sustainable investing and innovation. And at the micro level, we need companies to understand that those that switch towards sustainable practices soonest will be the most competitive, most innovative, and most successful over time. And with regards to the cohesion of the economy, we have estimated that the European Green Deal will lead to approximately 1 million new jobs in the energy and energy-related sectors alone, and an additional 500,000 jobs in other sectors. And although there will be groups that will face regressive effects due to climate policies, we showcase in a general equilibrium framework that it is possible to mitigate these regressive effects by considering redistributing revenues from climate policies and taxes through lump sum transfers, through implementation of targeted energy efficiency measures, through job retraining programs, and through funding of subsidies for new low carbon technologies via general taxation. And actually, we show that combined mitigation policy options can ensure the implementation of the climate policies and at the same time more equality, increased GDP and increased employment. I want to close by saying that it's important that the recovery packages across the world should finance the transformation needed for a green, digital, and fair future. At the moment, the financial resources devoted to this recovery are not sufficient. We need to use both public and private money, and we need to make sure that the results of the United Nations Food System Summit, the G20 Summit, the COP26, and the Biodiversity UN conference that is happening in China will be brought together in a consistent framework that will allow accelerating the transition in the developed world, and at the same time creating the fiscal space in the low-income developing countries to also embark on this transition. And this can be done through increased lending to the multilateral development banks to provide this funding to low-income countries. And this is something that we also discussed during COP26, and the commitment of at least 100 billion per year for low-income countries to be able to implement climate adaptation measures and investments has been renewed during the COP. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Koundouri, for this very comprehensive presentation and emphasizing the importance of smart and effective public and private partnership in order to approach the investment in a sustainable and inclusive way. Thank you so much. We are already joined by our guest, Mr. Antoni Bielewicz from the European Climate Foundation, the head of Polish chapter. But before I give voice to Mr. Bielewicz, I would like to invite you now to listen to our next panelist and expert, Mr. Wolfhart Pohl from the World Bank. Mr. Wolfhart Pohl will give a speech around post-industrial regions revitalization and restructuring. Now I invite you to listen to his presentation.
Everyone, I'm very pleased to be participating in this exciting conference about just transition in practice with a focus on people. Without further ado, because I have a limited slot, let me just open the presentation and dive right in. Okay, I think you should all be able to see my presentation now. It's up on the screen. Sorry, started with post-mining lands and assets. This is something that has been brought into media attention during the last year, especially with the Economists reporting in June last year already that there are two major constraints on the realizing emission cuts by switching to renewable energy. One is on climate minerals and the other one is on lands. So these are really two very major upstream constraints that could derail or slow down the green energy boom. On the other hand, there is very, very optimistic and positive signals that there is actually abundant land available. In the EU, for example, a working group has calculated in 2019 or 2020, don't quote me, that there is enough space in post-mining lands to generate as much electricity with solar energy as currently delivered by coal and lignite-fired power plants. This is just the post-mining lands, so this is assuming mines closed and the lands become available. There's already a substantive stock of brownfields in many European countries. In Poland, for example, 800,000 hectares. That's 8,000 square kilometers, a huge amount of land that would by itself more or less be enough to power Poland with solar energy if of course storage facilities, etc., are made available. This has been recognized by the World Bank in designing a new just transition for all approach that rests on a 3x3 matrix, and a methodology that is cast in three thematic pillars: institutional governance and strategic planning, people and communities, and environmental reclamation and repurposing of lands and assets. And these three pillars are followed through in three phases: pre-closure planning, closure, and regional transition. Pre-closure planning is important because a lot of strategic decisions are made at this stage already. Closure then is basically the swift termination of mining operations, the repurposing the dismantling of assets, the closure of works, etc. And that's where land repurposing should start at the very latest point. And regional transition is the longest and most complex process. It has a 5 to 10 year horizon, and that's where land repurposing becomes really important to make strategic choices about how the lands are going to be used for, what kind of sectors will be established on these lands, and how they can be made to support the generation of new green, low carbon types of economies. To facilitate these strategic decisions, which are very important ones, the bank, in a pilot project in Western Macedonia and Greece, has created a tool called the Land Utilization Repurposing app, LURA. LURA rests on a classification methodology that is then codified in an algorithm that is housed in a web-based GIS tool that can be accessed by any user with an account and a password that can serve as a fact-supported decision-making and planning platform that can serve as a platform for multi-stakeholder dialogue. The algorithm is very simple. It rests on 5 sets of criteria relating to the location or socio-geographic properties, the geotechnical stability, topography, hydrography, environmental risks and liabilities, and the potential added value or cost sensitivity of lands. And depending on how index values are allocated to these different groups of properties, different patterns emerge. You see that forests and natural habitats are basically very undemanding in terms of the land quality. Agriculture has high demands on topography and environmental quality of the land. Energy and industry are environmentally a lot less sensitive, but need geotechnical stability and a certain topography, and so on. Business and recreation is very sensitive and very demanding in all of these criteria. So these are codified in an algorithm, as said, and then once data are fed into the system, pixel by pixel, you can basically on a map represent the optimized repurposing proposals that the system gives you based on the algorithm, which is a fact-based, which is again fact-based and based on real land conditions. This is of course not cast in stone, but as shown in this example, it can serve as a basis for more refined, more detailed planning. And of course, you also can create maps that are a lot more detailed than this with rather rough pixels. You can create the detail of the map depends on the size of the pixel that can be customized, and you can come up with very, very detailed solutions if necessary. Taking a step further, what the land use classification methodology or the LURA app produces can then be used for a wider spatial planning concept. Here, for instance, we have the example of a mining field, again in Western Macedonia, where the current state in the upper right would result in a very, very simple post-mining use pattern in the lower right, which is basically just governed by the environmental license. Using LURA, one could create a much more varied, multi-purpose post-mining landscape that encompasses anything from photovoltaics to potential storage for pumped storage for hydropower, to research and development parks, to repurposed power plants, to space for light industry, circular economy ventures, etc. Taking this another step further, once one has a fact-based zoning that can be sort of dedicated or designated in a spatial plan, one can think about simplified permitting approaches, especially for environmental permits, water permits, etc., where such a repurposed mine could be put under one environmental permit based on a strategic environment assessment. A zone could be put under one environmental and social impact assessment, where the general use of the zone and the rules of the use are defined. And the individual permit, the individual investor would only have to apply for very simple things such as water use, wastewater and waste generation, the handling of hazardous materials, if any, or occupational health and fire safety. Lowering the barriers for investments and creating a very, very attractive space for investments. At the same time, because it's all put under a strategic environmental assessment, there would be enough green space, and the sustainability of the landscape would also be given. Just coming to a close, land repurposing really lies at the nexus of 3 different thematic areas. Environmental regeneration, so putting the wasteland that the mine often leaves back into productive environmental use and high biodiversity value. Then space for low carbon economic development, renewable energy, green businesses, land reserves for compensation, for instance, but simply big tracts of land for, let's say, a Tesla factory that shouldn't be built on green fields. And of course, climate change mitigation, where you have space for carbon forests, for sequestration, Of course, coal use reduction is one huge topic, and space for photovoltaics, for wind, for battery storage, etc. So all that rests in the potential of post-mining lands and can be unlocked using the right tools and the right approach. With that, I'm concluding my presentation. This was really just scratching the surface. I hope you got curious. Please feel free to reach out. I'm really sorry. Again, I'm not able to participate in person. But here's my email. I would be very, very happy to discuss this concept, to compare notes with other similar approaches, and of course to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much for this presentation. And now I would like to invite Mr. Robert Marinkovic, who represents the International Organization of Employers. Hello. Mr. Marinkovic, I would like to ask you regarding the rapidly changing labor markets and also with regards to social dialogue in the process of just transition. Can you share your experiences and share your insights in this topic?
Yes, thank you. Thanks a lot, first of all, for having me at this important event. I was also participating in Warsaw in 2018. This time it's virtual, which, I think the planet can thank us, but the aviation industry a bit less so, I imagine. I would like to start by thanking the organizers, and I think we've heard already a lot of interesting things in this event so far. There's it's a complex issue, many perspectives, many elements to consider. For those who aren't familiar, IOE, the International Organization of Employers, is one of the biggest private sector networks in the world, representing over 150 national employers organizations, representing over 50 million companies total. So we work with national employers organizations who are representative and independent on their national level. And traditionally, we've been engaging with the ILO for over 100 years in social and employment policies. So we've been following, climate action and environmental policy for a long time now. And we're working with our members on different aspects. I definitely feel like, and I think we can all agree, the past year and the past 2 years, there seems to be a significant acceleration, I would say. And we've seen at COP26 how many commitments, engagements, plans, partnerships, initiatives have been launched. So I think that's definitely promising, and it's steering us on the right path. But now, after this initial progress, I think we have to focus more on the implementation part and on the follow-up and on the monitoring and evaluation and on the details of all of these concepts and ideas. And I think it's great to see some of the presentations here today that really dig a bit more into the details and into the technical implications and considerations. Just to start, I think it's important when we're talking about this, and it was already mentioned earlier, the current transition due to climate change and the decarbonization of economies and societies is not happening in isolation. It's not happening in a vacuum. We have a complex globalized society that's going through several different trends, like automation and digitization and others that were mentioned. So I think it's important to think in a kind of systemic, holistic context. And for example, according to ILO analysis from a couple of years ago, where they analyzed they analyzed the potential employment and labor market implications of a sustainability scenario, mostly in the energy sector, and also a circular economy scenario, where they estimate around 18 to 20 million net jobs created up until 2030 globally. But what I think is important to mention is that it amounts to basically around 2% of the global labor force that would be affected according to this energy sustainability and circular economy scenario. So it's significant, and I'll go into that further in detail later, but it also shows that it's not the only thing going on, and other trends like automation will also impact significantly, and they have to be considered together. In this regard, also according to this analysis, a lot of new jobs will be created, many jobs will be lost on the other hand, and many more jobs will be transformed. So they won't completely change, but some activities and tasks will change and will require new skills or adapted skills. And for us as employers, this is crucial. So according to this ILO analysis, for example, the creation of over 100 million jobs in both scenarios requires workforce access to training and related policy measures. And I think this is a key point. We've seen a lot of analysis up until now of potential opportunities, employment gains, GDP gains, etc. We try to frame it as an investment, but it's crucial to note that none of this will happen without actually us doing it and introducing appropriate policy frameworks and coherent plans that will make this happen. It's not. It won't happen by default. And in that regard, I think also, again, coming back to the fact that this is all interlinked, the other crucial aspect is the fact that any kind of decarbonization transition looks very different depending on local contexts and depending on countries, economies, and industries. And this is crucial because when we talk about the global level, sometimes some of these details are lost and some figures need to be further refined by looking at the details. It's encouraging. We have so far, apparently there's now up to 90% of emissions globally that are covered by net zero commitments and around 90% of GDP as well. But on the other hand, there's also analysis pointing to the robustness of these commitments, and they vary a lot in quality. Some are much more detailed than others. Some focus much more on in the second half of the timeline. Some focus more in the first. So this again shows that we need to further refine these plans. We need to further look at the details. We need to look at the implications for economies and labor markets. And I think there's been some great work coming out recently. For example, we had the IEA Global Energy Pathway, which shows some of the implications, again, through scenarios, So I think it's important to keep in mind some of these challenges, like, for example, the fact that, sales of electric vehicles need to increase by 18 times up to 2030 in order to reach objectives according to IEA scenario. So production of batteries, production of EVs, some of these things will have to almost increase exponentially in the next 10 years. So this just shows the size of the challenge as well. Another interesting element that I find a good technical detail coming out of IEA's analysis is looking, for example, at the age of energy infrastructure in different parts of the world. The infrastructure age is different. So in Europe, for example, that we've talked a lot about, the coal industry is mature, it's old, and it's being phased out. And fortunately for Europe, it's in line with the age of the infrastructure as well, because it's reaching its end of life cycle anyway. In other parts of the world, energy infrastructure is much more recent. And according to IEA's analysis, if we keep using the current infrastructure up to its full potential in its full life cycle, we will actually go over the objectives of the Paris Agreement. So we need to think about, in some parts we have infrastructure that could be economically viable and working for a long time, but because of decarbonization objectives, that's not possible. So we have to see exactly how to, have an efficient transition that doesn't disrupt economic activity. For business, energy prices are crucial. So business requires stable and affordable energy prices in order to be competitive and in order to be productive and in order to create jobs. So the most important point in all of this planning and transitions is to try and limit the disruptions. And this element was also used to highlight the differences across regions and countries. So we all have different needs. We have to look at them and find different solutions. For example, we still have, when we're looking at just transition and particularly the just aspect, sometimes there are tensions between the decarbonization objectives and the livelihoods and standards of life objectives. according to analysis, for example, electrification and access to electricity is only going to grow because we still have significant amounts of global population that don't have access to electricity, that don't have access to clean water and sanitation, that don't have access to clean cooking solutions. So in certain regions of the world, there needs to be a significant amount of development that takes place. And this development needs to be done in a clean way. This is a very different issue to converting or transitioning existing industries. And at the same time, livelihoods depend on some of these dirty industries and on some sectors that produce fossil fuels. And sometimes it's hard to guarantee the same quality of jobs. And here I would like to highlight, there was a recent announcement, I think it was mentioned in the opening session, South Africa signed a Just Transition Partnership with several Western countries that includes funding. And I think this is a great example because as part of this partnership, the employers in South Africa, Business Unity South Africa, IOE's member, they launched a partnership with another business organization, NBI, and a consulting company, BCG. And they did a very detailed technical analysis of the implications of transitioning the coal sector in South Africa. And I think this is, one example that really highlights the how to go about creating partnerships and collaborating together between employers, governments, and workers and affected communities. From this analysis, it was shown, for example, that workers in the coal sector in South Africa, on average, have double the incomes of the national average. So they have quality jobs in the current economic context. Losing those jobs obviously goes against their interests, and those workers and those communities are worried about the alternatives. If those jobs will be replaced, what will the replacement jobs look like? Can it be guaranteed that they will have the same levels of income and livelihood? So this is, one illustration of the kinds of things we need to look at. Going back to social and economic issues that exist that can hamper all of this work. Another crucial aspect for IOE and employers globally is the informal sector. I think talking about just transition and talking about people's livelihoods, we cannot ignore the informal sector. Today in the world, it's over 50% of all employment, over 50% of all work takes place in the informal sector. And what does this mean? It means the people in the informal sector, first of all, they don't have access to governmental social protection, they don't have access to government incentives, and they're not part of the official system. They don't have access to all of these official institutions and solutions. On the other hand, it also means they're not part of the, they're not part of the government's tax system, so they don't contribute either to government's finances. In places where the informal sector is high, it creates particular problems because on the one hand, the government doesn't have a part of its, has a reduced income and has a reduced capacity to act. On the other hand, the people in the informal sector aren't supported and protected by government regulations. So if we're talking about a global just transition, we really have to look at the national context. We have to look at the makeup of economic sectors and social policies on the national level. And we have to figure out ways how to transition people from the informal economy to the formal economy, how to skill them properly and provide adapted and coherent skills which respond to labor market needs. And we also have to look at smaller and medium level enterprises. IOE represents companies of all sizes. And while I think it's really great and definitely needed that we're seeing these multinational and big companies making commitments and net zero plans, I feel like there is a bit of a lack of support and involvement of SMEs for the moment. And I think national employers organizations in that context are crucial because they have a broad membership across many sectors, and they work with governments and they know the needs of the smaller companies that don't usually have capacity to engage in global policymaking. Finally, I would just like to close with highlighting a couple of ongoing initiatives which I think are worth mentioning. IOE is very much involved in ILO work, and the ILO has launched in 2019 the Climate Action for Jobs initiative, which works with unions and employers organizations and governments on specific projects in different countries on launching just transition planning and implementation. We're also working with our members on coordinating policy priorities and ways of engaging in this agenda. We also think that the ongoing parallel discussion on human rights and climate change is quite important and will be gaining in importance over the next year. And we're also working with our members in that regard. And seeing the declarations and the commitments on just transition from different countries at this COP, I think in the build up to the next COP in Egypt next year, we will be seeing more work in this area. And we will work with our members on launching a just transition task force, and we will engage with the UNFCCC in order to get the employers' voice heard much more on the international level. And I really think, the key now is to, like the South African example I mentioned, is to look at local and regional contexts in a detailed way and really analyze, which sectors are at risk, how many workers are involved, which companies have potentially at-risk assets, need to potentially divest from certain activities, how to manage that in a way that doesn't disrupt the economy and people's livelihoods. I will stop there. I hope I didn't take too much time, and thank you very much again.
Thank you very much. That was perfect, just on time. Thank you for presenting and showing how complex the whole process is. It requires attention towards different groups, different regions, and also acknowledging that it's not happening in vain, that there are other global processes, global trends happening. Thank you for highlighting all the initiatives that the organization is undertaking. And now I'd like to invite our guest, Mr. Remy Sietchiping from the UN Habitat. Hello, it's great that you are with us today. We know that you have recently visited Poland, and during a conference in Krakow, we've heard you said and you emphasized the need for coordination between different levels of governance and also the stakeholders in improving the quality of life in cities. And I would like to ask you, how does this principle, this collaboration, apply to the process of just transition?
Thank you very much. An honor and privilege to be here today to share with you how, the importance of working together, really at the level, what we call multi-level governance, but in this case, multi-level governance for us means not only a government, but all stakeholders together to achieve, the four things that we have mentioned in this particular session: culture and dignity, identity, dialogue, quality of life, labor, and markets, without having the framework as such. And in my presentation, I will maybe focus very much on the type of policy, how policy coherence is very important to ensure that we connect all levels of intervention. So I will talk about empowering local governance, and this governance really, please understand that is not governments only, is working for all stakeholders together from local to global. So that's what I'll be covering. So on the next slide, if you can move on the next slide. So that would be very much in the context of climate change. So as you know, a city is one of the spaces that climate change can be very dramatic. Not only because they are sources of that problem, but can also be the solution. So the issue of vulnerability is there. The issue of resilience can also come in from there. And that as we see more people living in cities, meaning that when you come to the human phase of human solutions, this is where perhaps we also have to keep an eye on. So on the next slide. Okay, so again, to make that happen, we need to cooperate, we need to work together and we use this word multi-level governance more loosely to really say, how do we cooperate from global to local? How do we work together from national government to subnational government, private sector, academia, and NGOs, all actors together to address this issue, because each actor has a role to play. So it's really that institutional setup that we have. Usually we don't have such a platform that we bring together all these actors and give instruments to each of them to play his or her own role, because we can't act on behalf of the other parties. They have to find their added value, their added, what is their specific niche and contribution to actually address climate change. And I will talk later on similar actions that different actors are taking at different level and how coordination is important. On the next slide, okay, you have heard, this issue or this concept of vertical and horizontal, but we would like to think of even a circular or network of governance where you bring all these actors together to work, from global to really neighborhood level, to work in across actors to ensure that across themes. Because when IOE was talking about labor and market, it touches on issues of health, of places, of land that was talked earlier on by the World Bank and many other actors. So how we work across themes, because they become entry points. So that's what we really use as entry points or understanding of this governance. How do we set up a system in place to connect all this, connect people, places, and themes or issues? On the next slide. So again, the actors are in the governance scene is varied. From national level to subnational, where you can have the regional government, where it applies to local government, to non-state actor, to academia, as mentioned. So a variety, an ecosystem of actors who, and what type of system can we put in place to connect all of them to address an issue. The next one, I would like to just bring out here the importance of the global agenda and how it had to connect to the local, because that's where the actions, the changes are happening at time, more visible. But that they have to be guided to the global agenda so that we have a collective action as humanity. So that's the message we have here. And we can't do that without connecting from global, that whatever messages we have at global have some relevance at local level. On the next slide. Therefore, we need system, we need mechanism, and I heard earlier, and very important, the informal sector, for instance. We have to have a mechanism to accommodate the informal sector, the informers. We may call the informal, but there are also systems that have to be accommodated. So we can have a global level, we can have the intergovernment bodies, the UN, to bring dialogues together. We have to put financial mechanisms that are inclusive as well, beyond what some may use the blended financing, but we have to have inclusive system that would, let me continue that narrative of informal, to include the informal means of financing climate actions as well, because this is happening. But to what extent do we consider that? In terms of agreements, to what extent do we make sure that it's inclusive in that way? When it comes to sharing information, the information that we share sometimes at national level do not necessarily capture what they may call informal or at the fringe. The labor market is not, there's no system to capture all type of labor or employments. So for us, it's important that we find mechanism for inclusion to make that multi-level governance work. Otherwise, it might be a governance system that works in the public sector, but when you start bringing the private sector, it becomes difficult. When you try to bring, the research and academia And earlier we are talking about the importance of research and action, policy action. So that becomes difficult. So how do we connect the dots? The multi-level dimension of finding mechanism and instruments to connect the dots is very critical. On the next slide, then when you have mechanism, you need some enabling instruments, incentives. It could be in terms, I think the previous speaker was talking about retooling, skill up, this type of things. How do we make sure that everyone in his or her own capacity, in her own space, has the capacity to act and act effectively and efficiently with the resources, the context? Fiscal decentralization, this had been very topical matter, especially when it comes to countries and experiences of decentralization, and the issue of public engagement in processes. This is an area, these are all mechanisms that help us put all that governance system together. And the mandate, who has the mandate to do what, when, how, we have to define that so that each person, there's no overlapping roles and responsibility. And this is very clear on the climate change as well. The issue of evidence. Evidence, it can be a powerful enabling instrument for action. It's important that we have that the data, the information is known, is shared, is made available in a format and ways that could be easily understood. And we need some legal instruments to facilitate that, to protect or to enable that to have to work, and the political will. But I would like to later on talk about one of the instruments, which are policies, that we have clear policies where everyone can agree that this is the way you want to go. So on the next slide, okay, but since many of us work with local governments, and if I just take that segment, we will realize that some of the challenges I mentioned earlier in terms of enabling mechanism are weak. In terms of capacity, fiscal decentralization, local their mandates are not sometimes, the clear data is not available at that level. I'm talking all this in terms of climate change, for instance. The legal instruments to actually access, I would say finance and climate might be limited in some contexts, and the political will, they are competing mandate, competing, political agenda that might not, which might be very short-sighted. Here in Kenya, when the flood is there, it's on the news, and when the flood disappears, it's no longer there. Nobody talks about it. There are other things. So when you look at the enabling mechanism I mentioned earlier, and you translate that to one type of actors in the governance sphere, you know that it can happen. You can do the same narrative for the national government or the non-state actors, and you're going to find their own challenges when it comes to capacity, fiscal, and others. On the next slide. Okay, so but there are initiatives, and we have found within the UN Habitat and many international organizations that sharing examples are it sometimes can incentivize, can inspire some to do something. So in Laos, for instance, we worked on to see how we can act on some of these challenges I mentioned earlier on, responsibility at the local level. How do we clarify that type of mandate when it comes to climate change, when it comes to access to services in terms of institutional setup, that's the capacity, but the institutional capacity, and the issue of subsidiarity, for instance. How do we link national investment to local, and also the political system? I was talking about political will because at times is because the setup is not conducive to have the will to act at that level. And the issue of human capacity as well, where we worked on that, to help countries prepare their climate action. So all this in a context, and I think this is the type of exercise we do often in some countries, to show that it's possible to work together to act through using maybe one mechanism or one issue like climate change to bring actors together. On the next slide. I mentioned earlier that we have to work together, cooperation. At the city level, it's very important that we find opportunities to share ideas across cities, for instance. So we have an initiative here at UN Habitat Climate Actions for Cities, where we work with different city networks to help them strengthen their network, their ways of sharing experiences. Through that, we have different programs, Race to Zero, where we contributed, where we look at Race to Resilience, and so forth. So finding this, creating this platform for sharing, and this opportunity for more governance, but within the network of governance across nation, so that it's not, governance is not seen only at time as at the national level, but across nations. We also have to create a mechanism for cooperation across through an issue and across nations. On the next slide, we have also launched the last COP26, a playbook on how different actors can get together to work across, because as you know, climate change is a multi-scalar issue. It manifests, it's a global, it's not very localized, but the impact sometimes could be very localized. But to be able to connect that is very critical for us, that we understand that this is a good example to demonstrate that local matters for the global. So that's something you could look into at your leisure. On the next slide. Next, okay. But we also need some instruments. I mentioned earlier that it's important that we find ways to create policy instruments to enable action. So one of those instruments we have prepared is how do you increase the national determinant contribution through urban climate actions? So how do you, through interventionists in the city, you can help countries achieve their or improve their NDCs? The other thing is actually looking at different urban policies and see what type of actions can be undertaken at the policy level to actually help countries having a framework that are, I would say, climate friendly, a policy, urban development and investment that are urban friendly. And we have looked at climate change and national urban policy focusing on Asia and Pacific, where we actually dive into countries to understand, to uncover their policy, look at their different instruments they have at national level to address urban challenges, and to see how they are conducive to address climate change, for instance, and make recommendations on how they can be climate proof or resilient. On the next slide, which somehow, okay. This one is really about the context. I mentioned policies, but it's also about planning. How do we make sure that our planning systems or our planning interventions in cities or in urban areas or in where we have human settlements are very much conducive, actually energy efficient, for instance, can promote human mobility, can improve the quality of life, can improve, emissions and so forth. So we have a series of that are actually linking directly to some of the frameworks we have on UNFCCC, climate change and other areas of intervention including urban regeneration, for instance, where we could look into some of these actions through planning, which will be more conscious of climate outcomes, better climate outcomes. The next slide, I'm closing soon, is to thank you very much and say, without those policies, without working together, without ensuring that we use climate as a narrative to understand why we have to work together across all stakeholders, what we term multi-level governance, without enabling mechanism in place, without enabling tools, it'd be difficult to achieve human solutions to climate challenges. So I thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that insightful presentation and strengthening the fact that collaboration is important, and it is, but also showing the mechanisms that we can use for that multidimensional collaboration. Thank you so much, and we hope to see you back in Poland. And now I would like to invite our next guest, who is Mr. Antoni Bielewicz. He is director for the Polish chapter of European Climate Foundation, one of the, and maybe even the biggest, European organization in the philanthropy space, working also in the space of just transition with many years of experience. Hello, Mr. Bielewicz. Good to have you with us. And we would love to hear your experiences regarding just transition. You probably have the privilege of not seeing the great experiences and examples of the projects that are led in different regions of Europe. So what is your take on just transition?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me for such an interesting session and with such interesting insights. There is not much left to be said, I must say. So I will try to recognize, emphasize, and echo some of the thoughts that already been shared by either by Robert or by Remy, and I will present a little bit of my own personal perspective of just transition projects. My name is Antoni Bielewicz. I'm representing the European Climate Foundation, which is a large international philanthropy active on climate policy. And of course, by being active on climate policy means that we are also involved in several processes related to just transition. I'm based in Warsaw, so I will focus on our experience from Poland, which is actually one of the countries that will be the most challenged by energy and energy transition and sustainable development challenges that we are facing. I would like to build on my experience from like 6-7 different small-scale projects that we commissioned here in Poland since 2016, because we are pretty active on that for a while, especially given the fact that we are very, as a country, we are country still very dependent on fossil fuels. So the major point I would like to emphasize is that there is no such thing like a one common, one-size-fits-all process of just transition. They are different from each other. Each country, each region, each sector, each city, each town are different. And we have to find a way to recognize that fact and adjust our efforts and engage into our efforts all these specifics. That means, and that creates a space for very wide range of different factors and indicators that we have to follow. And of course, we can think of demographics. We have to think about economics. We have to think about economy of the country, of the region, of the continent that we are based in. But we also have to think about the gender structure. We have to think about infrastructure in place and to be designed and implement and built around the regions that we are thinking of. we finally, and that's probably the most important thing that I will repeat for several times, we have to recognize and embrace local realities. It's all local. We can't find a way to deal with transition, economic and socio-economic transition of regions, of companies, without embracing that specifics. And probably Remy and Robert will agree with me on that. So and dynamics of that projects is very different and very specific to every single one, and challenges that we are facing during such projects or such programs, such initiatives are different one too. Let me give you one example. Poland is a country of coal. Even now, after probably 30 years of transition from a heavy industry, coal-based country to something new, we still have like 80 to 90,000 of coal and lignite miners. 80 to 90,000 is a large group in a country of 36 million of residents. It's an impactful group, and we have to find a way to develop new pathways for them. But challenges related to that are specific and sometimes counterintuitive. Of course, one challenge is related to labor market. We have to find a way to secure transition from natural resources sector to other sectors of our economy. That's for sure. But just to give you an example of that paradox, here in Poland, we also have to find a way to integrate that socio-economic process with internal dynamics of the natural resources sector and specifics of different plants and different coal mines and their geological constraints. Just to clarify on that, basically we have to, in Poland, we might face a situation in which we will let go miners earlier than we will be obliged to finish exploration in some of our coal mines. So we might even create a gap, labor gap on the market in some particular processes, in some particular periods of time when actually we are trying to phase out coal in our natural resources sector. That's one of the examples, but I can give you probably 10 or 20 or even more examples of that kind. So basically, you see, when it comes to just transition, we need a crafted, well-designed, well-developed solutions that are complex and engage different actors and different stakeholders. And if you can see that, I would probably, if you can recognize that, I would probably suggest all of you that are somehow related and engaged in processes of just transition to follow 5 specific rules that I developed for the sake of that presentation. I name it golden rules, but of course they are some suggestions, and please be free to build on that and maybe suggest additional rules later on. So basically, first of all those processes have to be fact-based. Don't trust your gut feeling, no matter if you are the head of the region, the mayor, or the minister somewhere there in the central government. You have to have numbers in place. You have to understand different specifics that are related on that. If I can give you a specific example, it's demographics. Demographics is changing, and we need to embrace that in all our plans. It's sometimes very counterintuitive. Second point, and I believe that Remy will agree with me, include different stakeholders. I can, even in a case of coal regions here in Poland, which are, let's say, relatively small comparing to, I don't know, other locations of the world, I can think about 20 to 30 different groups of stakeholders that should be engaged in the process. It's not only about the government, it's not only about companies, investors, local communities, but some specific cohorts that are relevant for that. Just to give you an example, I had a great conversation with the scientists following the previous process of coal transition here in Poland, done in late 90s 1990s, so like 25 years ago. And he said, and he was a well-recognized social researcher, he said that that process was designed in almost perfect way, except for the fact of exclusion of one group. It was a process for Silesia region in southern Poland. Exclusion of women. Nobody took into perspective, into account perspective of households, house budgets, the future dreams and hopes of families that are actually made and created by minors. So the second point is about many stakeholders that you have to engage. Third one is about empowerment of local governments. It's all about local. I know that in all processes it's ABC, but still, after all these years of following and doing those projects somewhere in industrial areas of Poland, I still see that local governments are not, the role of local governments is not recognized properly. The fourth one is actually to design the future solutions with the rear view mirror perspective. Don't forget about the culture of regions. Don't forget about the past of people. Don't forget about local cultures, local communities, and heritage that they bring. It's an asset, intangible but important one. And it's really like that. It's not only a technocratic exercise. It is also, I mean, just transition. It's not only a technocratic exercise. It is also a project that has cultural aspects in here. And the fifth, and probably the most depressing one, is that you have to take into account long perspective. We are talking about decades here. We are talking about transition that will influence the presence of regions, economies, countries for such a long time. I mean, I just mentioned the previous coal region transition of Silesia done in late 1990s. Believe it or not, but that process still influences and overshadows, in some cases, the current work of different stakeholders interested in phasing out coal and restructuring and transitioning of the natural resources in the country of Poland. So, as you can see, 5 golden rules, some aspects that should be recognized and embraced and underlined, and of course, probably the long perspective and complexity of the issue should be the biggest and the most important takeout from that short presentation that I would like to give you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this practical approach, and actually your 5 golden rules are those that we are actually touching upon throughout different conversations. So I do believe that they really compose in a very comprehensive and practical way, and can create some guidelines for some listeners from different institutions. Thank you so much. That was the last voice in the second panel of today's conference, Just Transition in Practice. I would like to thank you, all the guests who are with us in presence, Mr. Remy Sietchiping, Mr. Robert Marinkovic, and Mr. Antoni Bielewicz. Thank you so much also Mr. Wolfhart, Pohl, and Ms. Phoebe Koundouri for your input in this panel and in the conference and in the dialogue that we are creating through that conference. And with that, I would like to thank you and invite you to a short break. It will be a 5 minutes break, after which we will start the third panel of the conference. So now let's grab something to eat, tea or coffee, and I will see you in 5 minutes.
Over half of the world's population lives in cities. While each city is unique, they face similar challenges, including pollution, the climate crisis, and the COVID-19 pandemic. The exchange of ideas to address urban challenges, such as improved housing, basic services, and green spaces, is critical. The World Urban Forum, known as WUF, is the largest global gathering on sustainable urbanization. The forum is convened by UN Habitat every 2 years. In 2022, WUF 11 will be the city of Katowice in Poland with the theme Transforming Our Cities for a Better Urban Future. WUF 11 in 2022 will explore solutions to make cities safer, greener, and a better place to live. This is a transformation that Katowice itself has experienced. WUF 11 is organised by UN Habitat, Poland's Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy, and the city of Katowice. We are building the cities of the future today. Join us in 2022 and be at the heart of this change.
National Center for Climate Change is the first research center in Poland focused on a wide scope of climate change issues, operating within the Institute of Environmental Protection, National Research Institute. We provide expertise on climate policy, conduct climate change impact research and analytical works, deliver insights to decision makers in climate policy, support the Ministry of Climate and Environment as well. We focus on low and zero emission transport, adaptation to climate change in cities, just transition, sustainable investments and green cities, circular economy, green finance, business responsibility, as well as education and building social awareness of climate change, both formal and informal. Important part of our work are conferences and webinars for various groups of recipients, where we connect public institutions, business and academic work on both local and international level. Global E-Mobility Forum, People and Climate, Solidarity and Just Transition, Human Faces of Climate Change are the titles of the most famous examples of our annual global events. Every quarter, we publish a magazine with different leading topics: cities and climate, green finance, just transition. These are the titles of the latest editions. One of our projects is Eco-Funding Search Engine, a portal where one can find all the options for financial support and investments in ecological projects. Another one is already very popular publication, Climate Education Green Kindergarten, where teachers can find practical and ready-to-be-used interesting hints and ideas for lessons with children. We cooperate with other research institutions, international organizations, academia, public sector, NGOs and business, sharing knowledge and building the awareness of the coming change regarding the new professions as well. Climate change officer, climate resilience officer, many new job careers in e-mobility sector, to name just a few. Please follow us on our social media.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome after the break. We are already halfway the conference, Just Transition, Human-Oriented Strategies and Solutions. However, there are so many interesting topics and insights that still need to be brought to the table and to our conference. And with that, I would like to open the third panel of the conference and introduce our distinguished guests and panelists, who are Ms. Shloka Nath. She is an acting CEO at India Climate Collaborative and head of sustainability and policy and advocacy at Tata Trusts. We also have Ms. Franziska Stossel, United Nations University Flores Dresden. Today with us there is Professor Bogdan Hojnicki, Faculty of Environmental Engineering and Mechanical Engineering from Poznań University of Life Sciences. And hopefully we'll also be joined by Mr. Bert de Wel, who is a climate policy officer at International Trade Union Confederation. Welcome, all our guests. And I would like to first invite Ms. Shloka Nath from India Climate Collaborative to share your insights on just transition processes.
Hello, everyone, and thank you to the National Center for Climate Change for inviting me to speak today. It's an honor to be here amongst these esteemed speakers and with all of you today. So for those of you who may not be so familiar with us, the India Climate Collaborative, or the ICC as we refer to it, is actually a first of its kind initiative to increase climate ambition in India. And it's homegrown by some of India's most preeminent businesses and philanthropic leaders. We function as a collaborative, so we bring together diverse voices in the climate ecosystem to increase investment in climate solutions and to bring, or rather build a strong climate narrative for our nation. So with ambitious targets to increase renewable energy power generation, forest restoration and green cover, and to reduce the emissions intensity of GDP, there is actually a growing consensus in India that our low carbon future will involve a restructuring of regional economies while supporting those who stand to lose economically in the coal mining regions, automotive hubs, fossil fuel industries, and of course, land forest communities and workers. And actually the ICC held a recent convening on just transition, and we brought together government and research and industry to acknowledge their different framings of the problem. And it was clear that just transition will have to be central for the development agenda in the coming decade. And in fact, the Coal Secretary mentioned as well that India needs to ensure energy security and will transition away from fossil fuels. Yet investing in justice is all important. And so to give you a sense of the scale of this transition, here are some numbers for you. We have over 15 million people dependent on the coal ecosystem across mining, across a power supply, port handling, and they're all going to be adversely affected. Similarly, we have over 20 million formal jobs in India's transport services and around 19 million automotive sector linked livelihoods. The transport sector is considered the backbone of the Indian economy. And of course, we have 700 million people that rely on agriculture and land-based livelihoods. So, we have strong ambitions for restoration, for agriculture mitigation and green cover goals. And we have issues of land rights, tenure, especially for vulnerable and indigenous populations with threatened access to common lands. And we're going to see these problems come to the surface more and more. We should remember as well that within the affected people and communities, some are more vulnerable than others. So for instance, in India, we have several resource-rich regions, mining areas that are also regions with indigenous communities with historically poor development indicators. So informal and migrant labor is especially at risk. And these affected regions also grapple with severe governance and skill deficits, and therefore they really lack the wherewithal to adapt with changing times. But at the same time, there are some success stories. So in an eastern state in India, Jharkhand, it's famous for its coal mines. And over there, the mining community adapted very successfully with the support of coal companies and local NGOs and research institutes. So, under, a corporate social responsibility project, for the mining areas, which was supported by the coal ministry, we had self-help groups come together and local communities who co-identified resources and economic value chains with potential and identified livelihood preferences amongst local youth and skilling needs. They designed and implemented a suitable training for vocational and entrepreneurial livelihoods. And the government there has also recently launched an initiative for sustainable remediation of legacy coal mine sites. And the idea is to really maintain continuity of livelihoods and further to be repurposed for economic use of the community via tourism, sports, forestry, agriculture, as well as horticulture. So the challenge going forward, what I want to bring us through this example is that it's going to need multi-sector coordination, it's going to need replication as well as scale. And we need to know more for this development agenda to materialize. The research efforts currently by leading civil society organizations and thought leaders in the last decade have really just scratched the surface. So in order to enable a wide-scale just transition, we do need to plug the research gaps urgently. We need to understand disparate vulnerabilities, including on indigenous communities. We need to know what the implication is on land resources. What are the areas for priority lending and capital? How do we repurpose infrastructure? How do we prepare skilling initiatives and social security nets? What is the feasibility of alternative and diverse livelihood supporting activities? And how do we identify those necessary anchor institutions to do this work? So this is where government and private sector will need to act together. We do need them to inform and design better policies and governance systems from the ground up. Stakeholders will need to be sensitized to the impending transition in the next decade. And consultations with unions and local communities are really critical to understand their priorities, to understand how we might prepare regional roadmaps through wider-based stakeholder consultations to drive that necessary development agenda that's rooted in a just transition. And that brings me to our topic for today. This is why social dialogue is so essential to decision-making processes. You know, the ILO actually pointed this out in its guidelines for a just transition, that social dialogue has to be an integral part of the institutional framework for policymaking and the implementation at all levels. And one of the guiding principles of the transition towards an environmentally sustainable economy and society is therefore this imperative behind social dialogues. Decision-making processes must be based on social dialogues. They have to respond to uncertainties. They have to avoid unilateral decisions without compensatory measures that could really affect the employment or people's social situation, you know, especially, of course, of the most disadvantaged. And one more thing that's really important is that social dialogue also reduces social inequalities because it improves working conditions. It guarantees fair labor relations. Similarly, it facilitates that access to information, it promotes the exchange of views, and it improves the understanding of challenges and opportunities that exist, all of which in turn help to build that consensus and to manage conflicts. I think at the same time, it's also really important and an opportunity to really raise awareness, to mobilize and energize various stakeholders in relations to the issues that have to be addressed. And social dialogue is very crucial to ensure that the groups involved take ownership and also for transparency in the decision-making process. So some of the stakeholders I just want to talk about that are necessary to facilitate a social dialogue today, you know, I'll sort of bring out the most important ones, but I want to start with unions and employers, because workers and employers are the core partners in a social dialogue for that transition. You know, union federations or workers' organizations, they really represent workers and their interests at different levels. While businesses, of course, represent themselves in work, we have to ensure that workplace negotiations are represented by these employers' organizations in you know, multilateral or regional or national or sectoral social dialogue. So a good example is Enel, an Italian multinational in the electricity sector. You know, as part of its decarbonization plan, it said that it will close 13 gigawatts of thermal power stations in Italy, along with expanding renewable energy and demand management and other measures. And it's entered into a social dialogue and a framework, as well as a just transition agreement with its Italian union partners. And so the framework actually covers retention and redeployment, reskilling, as well as early retirement for elderly workers. And it's a good example of how we need to think about this issue with regards to union workers. The second really important stakeholder that I've mentioned before is, of course, governments. They need to actively promote and engage in social dialogue to the best means to implement, you know, national, social, economic, and of course, these environmental goals. They must participate in the just transition process as conveners, you know, of social dialogue. They are regulators who will decide the rules of the industrial, climate, energy, and labor market policies. They own state enterprises and infrastructure. They employ public sector workers. So they have a whole, you know, economy perspective, as well as many of the tools of just transition, whether it's fiscal measures or education or R&D, infrastructure and social protection. So all of these tools are critical participants in the just transition process. And so while they have to, while governments have to drive climate action and ensure decent work, they also have to make sure that there is social protection and social inclusion. A good example might be the Canadian government's plan to phase out usage of coal-fired electricity. It's actually agreed to convene a just transition process to do this. And it's going to establish a just transition task force with participation by labor. And the idea, again, is to provide a template to guarantee that all workers affected by climate change have access to income protection, training, and re-employment opportunities. The third very important stakeholder, of course, and this should probably come right up in front, is communities. Because in just transition discussions, communities and community organizations are critical participants. Communities depend on workers and employers for tax revenue and economic activities. Workers and their families live in communities and they benefit from public services. Again, a good example of a program is one from Bavaria, where the Bavarian Metalworkers Union and Friends of the Earth in Bavaria, an NGO, actually collaborated in order to identify how to improve energy efficiency of plants and processes, as well as plan for demographic trends and develop skills mobility and job creation for those communities most affected. And finally, the most important one of the most important stakeholders is, of course, the role of investors and investment in fighting climate change. It's increasingly well understood, but just transition still is missing from climate investment discussions. There is no approach that measures investments both against emissions and the generation of new decent jobs and economic diversification for vulnerable communities. So when investors demand that companies have a plan for their emissions to be compatible with a well below 2-degree centigrade world, they should also demand that this plan include the just transition for the company's workforce and communities where the company operates. So currently existing standards in the OECD and G20 do not actually cover this gap. So social dialogue is the key. To sum up, with social dialogue, government, business, trade unions, and civil society groups can collaborate in the national industry and community planning and policies that are necessary for a just transition to zero emissions. Social dialogue will bring the policy coherence we need to ensure that climate action also means job creation and community renewal. It allows us to bring together industrial strategy, innovation, deployment of clean technologies, and investment in green infrastructure, along with the measures we need to smooth out the transition. And those measures are social protection, skill training, redeployment, labor market policies, and of course, community development and renewal. So at its heart, just transition really requires us to leave no one behind. Thank you so much.
Ms. Shlokanath, thank you so much for this insightful and vivid presentation and strengthening the importance of social dialogue, not just in facilitating the collaboration between different stakeholders, governments, unions, communities, investors, but actually the power to influence and reduce the social inequalities. Thank you so much for your brave voice in this panel. And now I would like to invite Ms. Franziska Stossel from the United Nations University Flores Dresden to share your thoughts. I also know that you are the head of a big project to boost for rural lignite regions, and hopefully you're going to share some insights from this project. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. A warm welcome to everyone, and also thank you for letting me be a part of this transition dialogue. So there is a presentation that should be here in a second, prepared from the NCCC. But of course, I can also share my screen. It shouldn't be a problem. There it is. Yeah, as you say, my name is Franziska Stölzel, and I'm working for the United Nations University for Integrated Management of Material Fluxes and Resources based in Dresden. I'm a social scientist in our new branch office in Weißwasser, one of the core zones of coal phase-out activities in Lusatia in East Germany. Next slide, please. Instead of an agenda, I use a concept of participatory circle that leads us from a presentation. This presents a never-ending story. We heard a lot today. Initiatives often require more than one process with a transdisciplinary focus on problems and strategies and resources to handle a specific situation. A quick rush through it will explain that in every participatory process, there is a prevailing situation that people want to change. In our case, it's the situation to phase out coal as fair and as fair for workers and citizens as possible. This situation, of course, needs to be shaped. So there are requirements needed, people working together on one subject and create ideas to implement, and those have different impacts, of course, of the situation itself. And you hopefully a better situation becomes visible now, and mostly it needs further rounds because, as we know, transition is a long-lasting process. Next slide, please. Now I want to present some key facts about my home region that describes our situation. Lusatia is in the eastern part of Germany. In 2019, about 40% of the German lignite was mined in the Lusatian part for energy supply. The coal company LEAG holds around 8,000 employees. In total, 13,000 jobs are directly or indirectly affected by coal phase out that the new government from Germany wants to bring forward, ideally in 2030. Currently, this results in lack of understanding and fear of the future by many citizens. Others highly appreciate this idea. For your information, just last year, 2038 was set as the end date for the coal industry. Next slide, please. I will focus on the strengths and weaknesses as required working tasks, better described as opportunities to build on and barriers to overcome for the Lusatian district. They are surveyed and reported very well. We have various scientists on board in our region, and these various ideas of people to support the region are mostly related to the coal industry. For example, lakelands, as you may know from other countries. And based on this required scientists and educational programs, university and research centers are planned or already developed in the region. The focus is on different topics as social change or circular economy, hydrogen or energy storage. Our university in Dresden focuses on the nexus approach. This is the sustainable management of water, soil, and waste. Some of you may know the minority that's living in Lusatia, the Sorbs, who love and live their tradition in our region. And eventually you have seen these colorful eggs painted with wax for Easter. The German government also prepared subsidies in total of 40 billion euro to help the regions during the coal phase out. Lusatia as a region alone got 70 billion euro, and to achieve a fair and just transition with this huge amount of money, stakeholders and actors of the regions require more cooperation between the states, the countries, but also between the stakeholders. They are also asking for subsidies for SME and freelancers. Many are working as an independent branch of a bigger company. After the reunification of Germany, the loss of many jobs and therefore more than 500,000 people lead to a lack of infrastructure, public services, and a mental reservation. To overcome these barriers means improvement and attractivity. We should all focus on even in other regions all around the world. Next slide, please. In 2020, many stakeholders took place in a writing session in Lusatia to create the development strategy for 2050. One of the 7 main goals is to strengthen participation, which includes various sub-items, for example, to strengthen civil engagement due to education and training, visibility, and financial resources. To highlight the culture of Lusatia, the history and architecture, mostly the architecture on industrial buildings, multilingualism, the Sorbs, intercultural, but also interreligious programs, the education on sustainable development, and the possibility to be involved in decision-making processes is a really big topic. A great project I want to use as a great example was established in Boxberg, one of the cornerstones as well. They organized a free bus in all 18 parts of the village, 2 days a week. I know there are many other projects, but of course, there will be no time to present all of them. Next slide, please. To show what's important for the implementation, I used a survey by the citizen project Lusatia Perspectives to help with concrete advices on project management. This survey is not representative, but showed that it's very important for our region to start as early as possible with projects to formulate clear framework conditions and make the process for all members as accessible as possible. Also considered as important is to choose methods that fit the goals of the processes and to trust and hire professionals to achieve a set goal. As a leading person, make sure that the process is transparent and to be responsible and approachable, take care of the concerns of those involved and value good work. Stakeholder told it's worth to form different working groups that work independently on one issue. A major role is the documentation and achievement of the process and its results. An easy idea would be a protocol during meetings. And of course, we all know it's really stressful as a leader, but try to remain flexible. Do not stop making offers. And and most important, do not give up. Next slide, please. The impact of participation processes seems very clear, but there are more benefits in detail I want to shortly speak about. Probably most important is that local people act themselves when they see a great importance in what they do. But not projects therefore usually deal with the tasks that are absolutely necessary for the people and the area where they live. Participation leads to a higher project efficiency through the management of resources. The citizens manage by themselves and they know best where and whom to ask. Gottschwey described in 2001 in the book Paradox of Empowerment for the themes. Local people know their region well, they do better economical decisions, of course, and contextual judgments. For example, who to ask for a newspaper article to be visible. To provide time, money, material, citizen by citizen, their self also leads to dependency and passivity. They are not dependent from political decisions or bureaucratic systems. And this different processes in general help to become self-sustained and powerful, which in turn leads to self-efficacy, really important, and this also strengthens visibility. So my next slide, I will come to my conclusion and come back to the circle of participatory process. When local citizens are dissatisfied with a certain situation and know that it's unlikely to change by higher levels, they intervene and get involved in groups in the hope of improving the situation through their own ideas and forces. Together, they advise each other what is needed and required to focus on ideas and how to overcome these barriers. During this process, clarity, accessibility, and transparency and responsibility should be leading this dialogue. To implement these ideas, independence and documentation is essential, but know that local people know how to manage and maintain due to different professions and take diverse tasks. The documentation also helps to make the effects visible for later joining members, for example, or the public. Project groups should be aware of the differences of the circles and the possibility of repetitions or delays. The most important thing is to preserve and also see the small steps of success. By this, next slide, please. I kindly thank you for this opportunity. If you have further questions or ideas, please don't hesitate to contact me, or if it concerns a different topic of my colleagues, maybe. Next slide presents our sponsors, the Federal Ministry for Education Research of Germany, as well as the Saxon Minister for Science, Culture and Tourism. And the last slide shows where you can contact us on various platforms. We are very happy to receive a message, and thank you for your attention.
Ms. Stoysel, thank you so much for your presentation. And for sure, we would like to stay connected with you and also learn more about the progress of your research and your projects. And I would like to invite our next speaker and panelist, Mr. Bert De Wel from Climate Policy from International Trade Union Confederation. Hello, Mr. De Wel. It's great that you join us today during this conference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To have this opportunity to share our views on social dialogue and just transition. So my name is Bert De Wel. I'm the Climate Policy Officer at the International Trade Union Confederation. That's the organization that represents the trade unions worldwide. I'm the focal point for the unions at the UNFCCC negotiations and also with UNEP. So first, I must say that I have very good memories from working with the Polish government during the COP in Katowice on the Solidarity and Just Transition Silesia Declaration. That was one of the first major international moments where just transition was put on the agenda. For us, we were very happy with this work, and we have been able to build on the Silesia Declaration in the years after. And as some of you might have been present at the COP26 in Glasgow a few weeks ago, the work on just transition is still continuing and is getting more and more attention. And from the trade union perspective, of course, we are very happy with this. To give a few examples of how the work on just transition is being picked up at this moment, we see that, for example, in the important paragraph in the Glasgow Declaration on the phase down of coal and the phase out of fossil fuel subsidies, there is a direct link with the need for just transition support. Also, countries, when they have to present their long-term low greenhouse gas emission development strategies, are invited to integrate just transition plans and policies in their strategies. And also, quite remarkable, and we are very happy with this, the most complicated issue that was on the agenda during the COP in Glasgow on Article 6 and the market and non-market mechanisms, we see that countries are reminded of just transition policies to take into account in the development of these market mechanisms that were agreed in the Paris Rulebook. However, from the trade union world, we also see some challenges. We see a lot of progress, but one of the challenges is the definition of just transition. As it has become so popular, the borders of the definition have become more vague, and many organizations, countries give their own specific interpretation to just transition. And from the trade union world, the workers' world, we really would like to remind the countries to the Paris Agreement that they signed. And in the preamble of the Paris Agreement, it's very clearly stated that they have to take into account the imperative of a just transition of the workforce and the creation of decent work and quality jobs in accordance with nationally defined development priorities. So this states very clearly that just transition is about the world of work. And this is what we would like to see more happening. We are very happy with many countries. We see now 49 countries, if we did the count, that have introduced just transition language in their NDCs. But not all of these countries, in fact, do refer to the Paris Agreement definition or reference to just transition. And that's why I'm happy with the subject of this this session during this seminar on the role of social dialogue in just transition. And yeah, because social dialogue, in fact, is a crucial aspect of just transition. It's not any kind of dialogue, social dialogue is the discussion between social partners on economic and social policies, and social partners are the employers, the trade unions, and the governments. These type of dialogues are being defined in the ILO, the International Labour Organization, the UN body that works in a tripartite way. So with these three parties on labour policies. From the trade union perspective, we are quite clear on the definition of just transition. If there is no social dialogue, there is no just transition. For us, everybody knows the saying, nothing about us without us, and this is definitely the case also with just transition policies. And I would like to build further on the very interesting presentation that our colleague Ms. Slokanat gave at the start of this session, referring to the ILO guidelines, for example, that have developed a complete menu of issues that need to be taken into account in the development policies. Macroeconomic and growth policies, industrial policies, enterprise policies, skills development, occupational health and safety, social protection, labor market policies, the protection of labor rights, and social dialogue are the crucial aspects of just transition policies as has been defined in the ILO. So we think that social dialogue is a very important tool and an effective tool to manage social conflicts and to engage with all partners in society on complex issues, as climate change certainly is one of them. Social dialogue facilitates the exchange of information. It's a platform to negotiate, and it's also a place to reach consensus between parties on difficult issues. Because if we look to the climate challenge that we're faced with, reducing emissions with 50% by 2030, so in less than 9 years, reducing it, going to net zero by 2050, these are huge challenges that have a huge impact on society. And this goes definitely beyond the choice of technologies, of innovations. Technologies and innovations are important aspects of reaching these objectives, but in the end, what's crucial is the distribution issue of these policies that need to be implemented. And there, distribution issues refer to who is going to pay for the investments, who is going to profit from it, who is gaining it, which technologies will be chosen. And this is a society decision where social dialogue processes can be extremely helpful. These processes can happen at the national level, at sectorial level, and at the company level. And we are convinced that markets, while they are important, will not be able to deliver on these objectives. We need good government supported actions on the implementation of these policies. And there are a few aspects that are necessary to make good social dialogue processes possible. And one of the first is the freedom of association. So this is also ILO language. It refers to the fundamental labor rights that are being defined in the International Labour Organization. And the freedom of association means that workers need to have the right to organize themselves and to engage in collective bargaining as a group of workers with employers, with governments on labor issues. This is an important right, an important aspect when we, for example, in the UNFCCC speak about human rights. The trade unions interpret this as also including the fundamental labor rights as has been defined in the ILO. So workers' organizations need to be able to negotiate in the interest of the workers without interference and without any pressure on their functioning. So we need independent trade unions, and we also need independent employer organizations. And we need governments that facilitate and support these processes. And our colleagues have already given some good examples of where these social dialogue processes are happening. Often they're organized with commissions and task force and conferences, as has been the case in Germany, and also in Scotland we see good examples, and in Canada. But it's certainly not only a practice that happens in only the rich developed countries. Also in South Africa, we have the Presidential Commission working on just transition. We see good examples of social dialogue or steps towards social dialogue in countries like Kenya and Nigeria. So these commissions are very good examples of this social dialogue happening at the national level, but it also happens at the sectorial level. For example, in the energy sector, there was the example of Enel, who is one of the good players in this field. Another aspect that is very important is in these social dialogue processes is the legal framework that's being created in the countries to deal with it. And there we see that especially the government of Spain has developed quite a strong legal framework with institutions that facilitate the implementation of just transition policies in closing mines and getting out of fossil fuel sectors. And then third, we in many countries we can build on a culture of social dialogue, and this has to be maintained and valorized in the best possible way. This is typically the case in countries, in Scandinavian countries, where the socio-economic life, the challenges that in the future on engaging in climate policies are strongly guided by social dialogue processes where employers and trade unions engage together in these policies. I would like to end with indicating that in order to have these good just transition processes with good social dialogue processes, it's some kind of tango with three. You need goodwill and good intentions, good capacity from three partners. You need the trade unions that need to be prepared to negotiate on climate policies and have good capacity to understand the challenges that they are faced with. You need employers that want to engage with the trade unions and with the government. And then the final partner, of course, is the government that has to stimulate and facilitate these processes. So this is the main message that I would like to give, and I would like to thank the organizers for this session on the role of social dialogue in just transition, because for us, if there is no social dialogue, there is certainly no just transition. Thank you very much.
Mr. De Wel, thank you very much for this powerful presentation and a powerful ending. You are right, without just transition, there just will no be transition at all. Thank you so much for your voice representing trade unions and giving a broader perspective on the importance of creating the conditions for this dialogue, to have these negotiations that create and the place for consensus, negotiation, but also tackling difficult issues together. Thank you so much. And now I'd like to come back to Professor Bogdan Chojnicki from Poznań University of Life Sciences. Professor, I hope we are now ready to kick off your presentation.
Sure. I already sent this presentation, so I suppose it is already, is it?
It is.
Okay. We are talking about the social dialogue, and as Bert says before, we need at least 3 sides, but I would like to give an example of the study of our interlocutor. This is a study of our society. May I next slide? May I have next slide? Okay, this is a study about our society because we talk a lot about the climate change, but let's try to first explain how is it working. And this is not a very easy task. This is the simple scheme, how to explain the climate, how it works. And I'm pretty sure that most of us are not really familiar with that. I'm trying to do it with my students, and this is also not very easy task, but now we are in transition time. So of course the knowledge and figuring out what is going on is basic for any kind of dialogue. So let's try, may I have a next slide? Let's try to see what our society, I mean in Poland, how do they find the climate change issue in the context of the transition. And this is a result of the social study from November 2021. So I think this is pretty fresh data. The number of people is more than 1,000, and it was probably properly represented by age and the place of life. And let's see what kind of answer we have for a very simple question. Next slide, please. First question is if I'm afraid of climate change. And as we see, more than 70% of our population is already afraid of the climate change. I think this is a very good job of media because the issue of climate change is very on the top of the rank of everyday news. But I would like to say there is a word afraid, which means the fear. Let's go to the next slide and see how do we think about the replacement fossil fuels with renewable energy, especially coal. And then our attitude is a little bit different because only 50% supports the idea of this transition. So our interlocutor fears of climate change, but only 50% of population thinks that replacement of coal with renewable energy is something what we should do within next 30 years. May I have a next slide? Okay. So how do we find our role in those efforts? And here we see that really more than 70% of Polish population is ready to do something personally. I think this is a very typical situation and very typical attitude that we are trying to solve the problems by ourselves. I think this is a good prognosis, but if you compare it with this 50% regarding the coal removal from our economy, it still shows the situation that we are ready to do, but not too much about the coal. And the next slide is, I think, the most interesting because there was a question. There were a question: what element of our personal activity can have a positive impact on the climate and environment? And number one, 78% is waste selection. It has nothing to do with the climate change, or it has a little bit to do with the climate change. Reduction of domestic waste combustion, which is a serious social problem in Poland, is number two, because the air is absolutely still dirty and full of very dangerous compounds. but it has not very much to do with the climate change. Then deforestation reduction. We have no deforestation in Poland, but of course, we have a very big debate about the forest at all. 60% supports this action, and of course, this is a good. That's really good message and then information that we are supporting the reduction of deforestation, but it has nothing to do with climate protection in Poland. Plastic use resignation. I think there was a lot of campaigns, both NGOs and our government campaigns that convinced people pretty well, 57%, that reduction of plastic usage supposed to be conducted. And then number 5, renewable energy application. And this is result of the financial activity in the context of renewable energy, like PV on our roofs. So this is the first, let's say, something what personally we can do, the first activity, and this about the climate change, and this is number 5. Then number 6 is education. Half of us are sure that education is very important, but the education is always very important. Number 7, concrete in city removal. What does it mean? We find concrete in the city as very important, but we must always say that the last years help us to convince the people that if there is the drought period, then we suffer a high temperature, and concrete is not really good idea in the town. Non-emitted car application, of course, because we are changing the cars. And finally, we have water courses reconstruction. This activity is not really climate change struggling. This is rather adaptation, the same like the concrete in the city. So in fact, what is my conclusion? My conclusion, please next slide. My conclusion is we are afraid of climate change. Yes, because we already saw a drought. We already saw the very strong rainfalls just behind our windows. Generally in public media we have already information like that, but this is a fear. Second, we are not absolutely sure about the cause, so this is really big challenge. We believe in our personal involvement, but we are always very independent as a society. However, we are a bit disoriented about what to do, which means, from my perspective, next slide, please, education. Of course, the academic community can offer education because it is one of the most important elements of just translation. And for example, at my university, we started course of engineering of climate protection, 1st of October. But the efforts in education are really necessary in all levels. So, from my perspective, of course, only this is the local perspective. Our society is probably ready for the efforts and for transition, but I'm not sure if our society know what to do. Of course, the people knows the reality throughout the media, but sooner or later we are the society is going to pay a bill, and then I'm not sure if this let's say knowledge is really a good basis for transition. I wouldn't like to say that transition is not necessary. I'm the last person to say something about that, but I think society, my society, Polish society, is probably very well involved in the feelings about the transition, but I think we need a really big effort called education that convince people to do in the right direction. I think this will be the issue in the future. Thank you.
Professor Hojnicki, thank you so much for sharing the results of this survey, which actually brings very interesting results. And thank you also for sharing your ideas. It seems that education is the fundamental element of the process in the transition. Education, communication, educating the society, which claims to have the will to change and even put the personal effort towards the change, however, may feel disoriented. What are the key elements that will make the climate change processes more neutral? Thank you so much, all panelists and all experts, for your insightful presentations, your voice in the debate around just transition. With that, I would like to close the panel with our distinguished guests. Thank you for staying with us till the end of the third panel. And now I would like to invite all the participants, our listeners and viewers, to take a 5-minute break, after which we will start the last panel of today's conference.
Over half of the world's population lives in cities. While each city is unique, they face similar challenges, including pollution, the climate crisis, and the COVID-19 pandemic. The exchange of ideas to address urban challenges, such as improved housing, basic services, and green spaces, is critical. The World Urban Forum, known as WUF, is the largest global gathering on sustainable urbanization. The forum is convened by UN Habitat every 2 years. In 2022, WUF 11 will be the city of Katowice in Poland with the theme Transforming Our Cities for a Better Urban Future. WUF 11 in 2022 will explore solutions to make cities safer, greener, and a better place to live. This is a transformation that Katowice itself has experienced. WUF 11 is organized by UN Habitat, Poland's Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy, and the city of Katowice. We are building the cities of the future today. Join us in 2022 and be at the heart of this change.
National Center for Climate Change is the first research center in Poland focused on a wide scope of climate change issues, operating within the Institute of Environmental Protection, National Research Institute. We provide expertise on climate policy, conduct climate change impact research and analytical works, deliver insights to decision makers in climate policy, support the Ministry of Climate and Environment as well. We focus on low and zero emission transport, adaptation to climate change in cities, just transition, sustainable investments and green cities, circular economy, green finance, business responsibility, as well as education and building social awareness of climate change, both formal and informal. Important part of our work are conferences and webinars for various groups of recipients, where we connect public institutions, business and academic work on both local and international level. Global E-Mobility Forum, People and Climate, Solidarity and Just Transition, Human Faces of Climate Change are the titles of the most famous examples of our annual global events. Every quarter, we publish a magazine with different leading topics: cities and climate, green finance, just transition. These are the titles of the latest editions. One of our projects is Eco-Funding Search Engine, a portal where one can find all the options for financial support and investments in ecological project. Another one is already very popular publication, Climate Education Green Kindergarten, where teachers can find practical and ready-to-be-used interesting hints and ideas for lessons with children. We cooperate with other research institutions, international organizations, academia, public sector, NGOs and business, sharing knowledge and building the awareness of the coming change regarding the new professions as well. Climate change officer, climate resilience officer, many new job careers in e-mobility sector, to name just a few. Please follow us on our social media.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome after the break. This is the Just Transition in Practice, human-oriented Solutions Conference. The conference, it's in final stretch. This is the last panel of today. And I would like to also thank you listeners and viewers of the conference for joining us today, for spending this day with us and also participating in the conference, both live and then in the virtual space. And talking about the virtual space, I would like to welcome to our virtual scene the panelists and experts of the final panel. And let me now introduce, today with us are Dr. Hanna Brouwers, who is a research assistant in the Center for Sustainable Energy Systems in Europa-Universität Flensburg. Ms. Monika Sadkowska, Secretariat Coordinator, Forum of Mayors on Just Transition, WWF. Mr. Bela Golgoci, Senior Research Officer from European Trade Unions Institute. And last but not least, Dr. Łukasz Trębaczowski from Institute of Sociology in the University of Silesia. Welcome, everyone. It's great to have you with us today. And I would like to give the floor first to Dr. Hanna Brouwers and ask for your insights regarding the just transition in practice.
Thank you very much for having me today and giving me the opportunity to speak. There should also be some slides, and then I can start my presentation. So yeah, I'm a research associate at the Europa-Universität Flensburg, but I'm also a guest researcher at the Technische Universität Berlin and the German Institute for Economic Research. And I'm very grateful that I can share some of our research insights here today. Next slide, please. I want to start, although we've heard a lot about this today, again, with the overall context of transitions. So we heard a lot about climate change, and this is just a slide of all the net zero pledges by the top 10 coal generating countries of the world. So you can see that all of them by now have committed to net zero targets for different years. And obviously that this doesn't immediately result in the shutdown of coal, but eventually at the net zero dates that they have said, this will imply the end of coal, but actually it also implies the end of other energy carriers such as natural gas and oil and other impacts on the climate change. So what this means is that in all these sectors, transitions are going to happen. But what it also means is that we have the context that all over the world, we're going to have these transitions. So it's not a question anymore of whether these transitions are going to happen. It's just the question of how well can we structure them? How well can we deal with the impacts? So next slide, please. And this is why we looked in our research in particular at a historic example, namely the hard coal mining phase out in Germany, to identify what has worked well in the past, what other countries could use as lessons, but also what didn't work so well. So, sorry, 1 second, because I cannot see the slide myself, so I have to look at it here. So what this means is that in Germany we had 2 different regions where hard coal was being mined, and it was a 60-year-long process where coal mining was phased out. It was not a process due to climate change, but actually it was a predominantly economically driven decline, which led to the phase out of mining. And a lot of policies were implemented over these 60 years. And what they did was they did manage to protect the, at the time, employed workers. So no one got unemployed without special benefits. However, all the public subsidies taken over this time prolonged hard coal mining in Germany. And actually the measures were also insufficient to create sufficient opportunities to create new sustainable industries, and also the implemented measures were not sufficient to create the opportunities needed for future generations. Next slide, please. However, a lot of these elements did work well, and we clustered all the taken policy measures into 4 different just transition categories. So the first one is economic reorientation and diversification. So policies promoted economic diversification and reorientation away from coal. So, for example, investments were made in the development and improvement of new infrastructure, the creation of educational and research institutions, the attraction of new businesses, and the promotion of local firms. And what was really important was also the creation of technology clusters. The second big pillar of those transition policies was workforce support, meaning policies to protect workers affected by the decline, including employees in the coal sector, but also related industries such as the steel industry. So integrating labor market policy in regional development policies, co-financing job and employment measures, and investing in training and qualification infrastructures was really important. Then the third pillar was social well-being and quality of life. So policies were implemented that supported better living conditions in general in those coal regions, and they addressed social and cultural needs. So for example, that meant cultural, artistic, and recreational activities. And programs developed and modernized civil facilities and public infrastructure, promoted urban development, and protected cultural and natural heritage to improve regional public perceptions, but also actually the touristic attractiveness. So people did come into the regions instead of moving out of them. Then the last pillar was environmental remediation and protection. So policies were implemented to ensure the environmental remediation of former mining and industrial sites, programs for decommissioning and rehabilitation, and recultivation of coal mines and industrial sites, and landscape restoration. So this was really important to remediate environmental impacts caused by the coal industry, such as air and water pollution. Next slide, please. This gives you an overview of all the elements of the German Just Transition management approach. And what you can see there is that you first of all had this multilateral approach. So not just one government institution took care of it, but different governments levels, such as the national government, regional government, etc. What was also really important was the participation and consensus of relevant stakeholders. But one element that I really want to highlight next to these four pillars I already touched upon was that Germany at the time already had a really strong social security system, meaning that other countries wanting to implement similar just transition policy mechanisms as Germany did need to take into account that additional social policies are really important to accompany this process. This is especially unemployment benefits, but also in general social security measures such as healthcare, for example. And this really helped to create an environment where people obviously were still afraid to lose their jobs, but if they did lose their job, it didn't mean that they had a destruction of their livelihoods, but still had opportunities to being caught up for a while by the system, and then in the next step, finding a new job and a meaningful employment again. Next slide, please. So we drew 5 lessons from these past 6 decades of German policies. One is that an anticipative and preventive approach is really crucial. So in the beginning, the policies tended to focus on protecting the coal industry, and only later in the 2000s, it started to promote new job creation and new industries, and this really kicked off the just transition. Then the second lesson, a proactive, large-scale and green regional industrial policy is important. So large-scale government investments and industrial policies were central aspects of the approach to support the regions, and an active role of the public sector was important to attract businesses and to promote economic growth and job creation. The third lesson was that these measures were more successful when they were tailored to the local and locally tailored, meaning that they could then better address the local realities and needs, but also that when local stakeholders were involved in the design and implementation of policies, it created more effective intervention, but also higher social acceptance. Then the fourth lesson was that combining different policies in an integrative approach was more successful, and they did prioritize the quality of life in general of local communities through economic, educational, cultural, and environmental interventions, and not just so-called hard factor policies such as infrastructure investments or financial support that are obviously very important, but these so-called soft location factors focusing more on the general well-being of citizens and also environmental aspects were crucial to kick off the just transition. And then the last point is again the social baseline policies that I touched upon before. So a good social security system was important to create support for the general transitions, and it would be important to consider this when implementing policies like in the German case. Next slide, please. So lessons that can be learned from this are each region is different and requires a tailored transition strategy, but still inspiration can be gained by other regions. Then next, the timing is crucial, and this is really important. So it is really in the self-interest of co-regions to start earlier. We looked at many different examples, and it really showed that starting earlier with transition policies helps. And this goes back to the first slide I showed. So if all the world regions are transitioning now, it gets even more important to start now to get an advantage. Then holistic and proactive structural policy requires the participation of all affected stakeholders. We heard a lot about this today at the conference. Then a well-considered realistic governance of change is important. So in particular, this means crossing administrative boundaries, working together in the transition policies. Another key challenge is obviously to build on the strength of the regions, but without causing lock-ins. So meaning not only because a region currently is good in coal mining, does it mean that only the skills that the region has at the moment are or should be kept and fostered, but on top of the existing strength, new ones need to be built. Then well-designed funding instruments are important. Again, we heard a lot about this today. And then the last one is that policy measures must address diverse opportunities and challenges that go beyond the easily measurable aspects. So for example, local identities need to be considered in the process. I want to end by highlighting again that coal mining regions, but also globally in general, everywhere around the world, we're continuously undergoing processes of structural change. So this is unstoppable. Then climate policy will accelerate the speed, for example, co-regions, also other transitions, but we have a lot of megatrends at the moment, such as globalization, digitalization, urbanization, etc. So again, it's important to accept this and then to adapt to these changes and implement policies to then create something where people still can have valuable jobs and well-being in their lives. So with the next slide, I want to end my presentation and say thank you again for having me today.
Dr. Brouwers, thank you for being with us today at the Just Transition in Practice conference. And I will echo what Dr. Brouwers said. Every region is different. Therefore, regions require tailor-made transition strategies. However, we can learn from the best practices, best solutions, and that can inspire us to also create solutions tailor-made for our region. I think it's a great, this part is a great bridge to invite our second panelist, Ms. Monika Sadkowska, who represents WWF, but also she is a Secretariat Coordinator of the Forum of Mayors on Just Transition. Ms. Sadkowska, I would like to give you the floor, and we probably all would like to hear your experiences working with different regions on Just Transition.
Hello, thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure to be in the situation with so many experts. So I will tell much more about my job, about my work with mayors in coal regions in Europe. So thank you very much for presentation. And can I have the next slide, please? So who is actually Forum of Mayors in Just Transition? We are talking about tailor-made solutions. So who are actually the tailors, the helpers of tailors or tailors themselves? So in Forum of Mayors in Just Transition, we have 75 mayors from Europe. As you see, this is mainly Central and Eastern Europe, and not only European Union. And we are cooperating in the network, which is a network of self-support, let's say. Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. So the main aim of the Forum of Mayors is actually creating and facilitating 3 information loops. This is a loop of between mayors. We were talking a lot about good practices, about best practices, and this is the place, this is the space where these good practices can be discussed, and also the practices that are not no-go solutions, no-go places for mayors. They are speaking with each other, they are interacting, they are exchanging their point of views and also giving each other tips. So this is very important information loop, sometimes very difficult to understand for civil society organizations, sometimes difficult to understand for experts, but this is the place that we are facilitating to exist for exchange of information. I will remind only that these are 11 countries from Europe, so mayors there often don't speak English as we are speaking here in this way. So the big obstacle, the big challenge is actually to allow these experiences to be translated not only from one place to the other, but also to be translated in language. Of course, the translation from one place to the other is much bigger challenge. I see that slides are not visible. Is it to me or? Okay, can I have a previous slide, please? Thank you. Okay, so I was talking about 3 information loops, and the second information loop is an information loop between decision makers and mayors. And this is a loop. This is the circuit which is going in 2 directions. We need information from decision makers from European Commission, from Committee of Region. We need this information in regions to recognize them and to have reaction, give a feedback. And this feedback is going to European Commission, to experts, and to Committee of Region and other bodies, which are bodies of decision makers. So this is very, very important. It shows possibility of including the voice of mayors to the higher levels of decision making, and giving the opportunity to show where actually projected solutions are working, and where they are not effective. And the third information loop is between experts and just transition process and the mayors. So we all need, and as Dr. Brouwer said, it should be the transition should be data-based. It should be the reality check. Should be the important incremental part of the transition process. We should be in constant dialogue with reality as we understand it, and to try understand it better and better. So the information loop between mayors and experts is really crucial to taking decisions. Can I have a next slide, please? Thank you. So why mayors? Why WWF decided to cooperate with mayors? Our network counts 4 years. Obviously, it was small at the beginning. Now we have 75 coal regions. But why civil society organizations decided to cooperate with local governments? We perceive mayors are the key stakeholders. They have great responsibility, and they have possibility to have a huge impact. They know the problems in the regions, and this knowledge-based approach should be in the central of our concern. So data-based just transition is based not only on experts, but it's it's based always on experts in energy transition, in sustainable waste and so on, but also in experts in local governing in regions. So the next reason is that they are the implementers. So these people should understand very well and should have their input to tactics, to strategies. They should be also the tailors of just transition. So because they are actually the implementers. They are closest to the consequences, so they have immediate accountability. These people, they are sometimes politicians, but they are always local challenge owners. And this is the perspective that I love the most when I'm thinking about my partners in cooperation in the network, that they are local challenge owners. And it is important to support them because sometimes they are people that they know them. They collect the biggest amount of the information about the region, and we should support them to find a good on the basis of this information make a good decisions. And they have this power to be the intermediaries and pioneers in the regions. We should be realistic. The regions don't think a lot about, I mean, local communities. They don't not often think a lot about these global challenges. They are also subjected to these local challenges for sure, but it's not always the concern of their everyday life. So mayors which we are cooperating with are people that actually can bring these challenges like globalization, automatization, digitalization, which we were speaking. I mean, Dr. Bauer was kind to speak about. We should bring it to the local level to have a good and fast reaction. I mean, early reaction for these mega trends. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay, so lessons learned. It's just the most important things that we learned. So we have we as an institution, as an organization working with European Commission and working with central governments, we it's important to remember that the cooperation with local level governments is completely different than with politician decision makers making high level decisions. These people are they have very immediate, they have very different model of cooperation than European Commission or central governments. The accountability in the region is very fast, is immediate. And these are very concrete, very particular, very detailed problems that people, which are with the people from the community in the regions, can perceive how actually the decisions are implemented and how these decisions actually impact their quality of life. So the incentives of this level of stakeholders are different. So the dialogue with these stakeholders, with local government, should be much different than with high level decision makers. Just transition, the surrounding of a forum of mayors is changing very much for these 4 years, and we now see obviously the huge shift. And so the forum of mayors is changing, and it started with a strong voice of necessity of creating just transition funds. It was a long time ago. We now have a just transition fund. We are in the process of preparing territorial just transition plans. And so we are on the level of much bigger granularity. So we don't need any more general statements, and we see that mayors are very tired of general statements. They really need tailor-made, as it was said, solutions, good practices, and being very very cautious about talking that solutions are in regions. Yes, in which region? What solutions? Is it district heating? Is it land remediation? We are at this level, and we should have a lot of more talk about very concrete, precise solutions. We have to provide ecological message as a solution for local government challenges. Local governments are very burdened. They have a lot of responsibilities. And if we are not coming with the solution for these responsibilities, I mean, supporting somehow the managing these continuous responsibilities, we will be not heard. it's not no wonder. So to find synergies and real synergies with these hardworking people with huge impact and huge responsibility, it's our key challenge to break the bubble of some bubbles and to step into other bubble of regional decisions. So the next thing is coal regions and communities are very different, it was said, so sorry for repeating. And very important thing is land degradation and low entrepreneurship. These are two subjects that I think that are not so present in discussion. Hopefully it will be much more visible, and we will have find much more good practices and some indications to support mayors. Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you so much. So, so for Forum on Mayors, there will be 4 main subjects important for actually constituting the personality, what will concentrate the work of mayors. It's taken actually from many interviews, many interactions with mayors made by me and my colleagues. So, polluter-pays principle. We perceive. For example, by analyzing territorial just transition plans, we see the danger that there will be the very, very difficult dilemma for local governments. Shall we use a just transition fund for financing land restoration, for cleaning up for big companies, using the land, using the coal in the regions for sometimes for a very, very long time, or you should use it for reskilling people, for providing new technologies in the region, for supporting entrepreneurship or entrepreneurs. So this is actually very real dilemma for a local government, and for me it's rather, and for them also, it's kind of false dilemma. Shall local governments pay for cleaning up after mining companies? So I will leave it here, and hopefully we will have important actions on that and effective actions on that. Energy cooperatives with surging prices of power and gas, we see that mayors are much more interested in local cooperatives. Let's remember that many mayors from Forum of Mayors Network are from Central and Eastern Europe. We know that cooperatives are sometimes associated in not a very pleasant way in this part of Europe, but hopefully I see that I have a great hope, and even I'm much more sure that the days of reluctancy to cooperatives are ended. So I hope we will work and we will see the effective surge in energy cooperatives in the near future. For the generation distributed, this is the kind of very, very important problem, and not so heard very well because it is really, really technical. And when we are speaking in a surrounding of people living in the big cities, we are not thinking so much about district heating. But in these small regions, this is really actually the first step to decide: shall we really functionally leave coal or gas or any fossil fuel? And the support for clean district heating in these regions is very important, and this subject will be the subject of 2022, yes, sorry. And the good practices catalog. This is always important for mayors to see that any solution was successful in any other regions. Of course, there is no copy-paste solutions, but to see that somewhere something was successful is very important. There are not so many people in the world, so not so many people also in regions that they are keen, they want to have some very innovative and very risky approach to some technical problems or some society problems. These people should be supported, but it would be not very intelligent to think that the whole regions will be very innovative. There will be a lot of startups, and every startup will be successful. It's just not not how the way it is. So so good practices to use things that were already successful. Can I have the next slide? Okay, so these are three the events that are happening every year, meetings of mayors, but not only for mayors. So I invite also experts. I invite also NGOs, and I invite also reporters, people interested in just transition. They're great opportunity to meet mayors and to learn much more about these very concrete, granular problems and issues, and of course successes. So, so the next Forum of Mayors will be in September 2022. So I will hopefully see some participants there also. Can I have the next slide? We had some cooperators on the high-level decision makers. So some of them I put here their names. And actually, this is the end of my presentation. If anybody would like to contact me, there is a last slide. Can I have it, please? This and the next slide. This is our website. And contact data to me. I invite to cooperation with our mayors. Thank you very much.
Ms. Sadkowska, thank you very much for sharing the information about all the activities and good practices that are carried out among the Forum of Mayors. So important in the process of transition. As you mentioned, those partners, those stakeholders are really hands-on. They are closest to the communities, they're closest to the problems, and actually they not just own the challenges, but very often they are eager to create the solutions that others can learn from. Thank you so much, and now I'd like to invite our next guest, Mr. Bela Gagocci, Senior Research Officer from European Trade Union Institute. The voice of trade unions is visible, is heard, I hope, during this forum, this conference, and we are very eager to hear your take on the importance and the pathways to just transition.
So first of all, just transition, the concept itself and the practices are quite complex. They have several dimensions, they have a large scope, and there are too many interpretations. And one question we can put, just transition for whom? And it is indeed, can be very different. We can look at the global context, in particular in the perspective of global South and global North. This is not we are talking about now. We are talking about Europe and then particular sectors. I would also say that we can learn from good practices, but we can, of course, learn from mistakes. And for example, the German case is very interesting for both the negative and the positive aspects of it. Maybe I will come back to it. One further thing I would mention at the beginning. The pandemic itself was actually a good lesson, a reminder or a last wake-up call. What we see is actually that effective action, even with an imminent and very concrete risk, that the health risk the virus was posing, it was so difficult to react. But actually it was still possible. The climate emergency is much different than that. It is indirect. It has a huge timely shift. You don't feel the risk. There is also a different relationship between individual risk and collective risk, and that makes it all very difficult. And also the just transition itself. On a more concrete level, on just transition, I would mention the two main aspects of it. In case we are talking about a concrete transition process from a carbon-intensive to a zero-carbon economy in a concrete national economic and social context. And then in this case, we have two main parts, the employment transitions and the distributional effects. Both are extremely important. The employment transitions, well, of course, the most obvious case is the coal sector. I don't need to mention that in Poland, because this is the sector and fossil energy sector that is directly affected and a sector that has no future. So this is where the jobs will indeed disappear in the form they are now. At the same time, we also have to say that I think in the context of just transition, there is too much talk about coal, because coal in itself is just a very small part of the European economy. I have to say that in terms of employment, it is less than 0.1% of European employment. Oh yes, okay, thank you, you flash the slides in. But of course, this is a huge problem in certain regions and in particular in Poland. And that's why we need to have tailor-made policies for that. And actually, we already have some. But we have to see the broader picture as well. So, I mean, sectors have very different impacts. One sector that is mostly affected in Europe is the automobile manufacturing sector. The broad automobile sector makes up 5% of European employment, 14 million jobs, and 4 million jobs in manufacturing itself. This sector is going through massive and comprehensive change, with also downscaling of employment. The majority of jobs will, however, be transformed. But transformed is actually, well, an easy way to call it. It is absolutely not self-evident what is going to happen with those jobs, because there are different effects at the original equipment manufacturers, at the suppliers, different effects on different countries and regions. So it might be the case that in certain regions, massive loss of employment is going to happen, while in other regions there is a job creation process. It is not the same thing. And also in terms of job quality, you have well, at least big question marks. Some evidence from France is actually showing that those jobs that disappear in the automobile industry were good jobs, were permanent jobs, full-time jobs, and the jobs that are being created are agency jobs and part-time jobs and not good quality jobs. So that is also an important aspect to think about. And well, certainly the construction sector is one that is benefiting. Energy-intensive industries like chemical industry, steel industry are also heavily affected, and most probably in a negative way, but not as much as the coal sector. What I would also like to say, well, I'm a researcher at the Trade Union Institute at European level, but we are not only doing research on trade unions, we are doing research on economy, labor, green transition from an employee point of view. But indeed, I will also talk about the role of trade unions. The important thing is, and this is where we are talking about concrete policies, because if we talk about just transition at the plant level, that is where things are actually happening. Yes, certainly at regional level as well, but at the company level. And we need to see the employment context. So it is very clear that this green transformation process is taking place in the context of the traditional capital-labor relationship. So we have to be aware that there is a power relations, there are power relations taking place there. Capital and labor are not equal partners. Trade unions that are representing workers have learned during the many decades that they have to be very cautious with any restructuring process, because normally they are losing on restructuring. It is often unilateral, it is often dictated, and it is very often ending up in job losses. So this is kind of the instinctive relation of trade unions to restructuring. What trade unions need to learn here, that the green transformation is not a normal restructuring process. It is not driven by the capital interest, because this was in the past. Any restructuring was based on profit motive, and in that regard, trade unions were opposing it, because they said it is not the interest of workers, the change. So they were protesting actually the change. But here in context of decarbonization, it's a different one. The change is not for the interest of capital itself, it is for the interest of humanity. That's why the role of social partners should be more cooperative. At the same time, it must be credible for trade unions that the workers are not ending up as losers. And this is kind of the tricky thing, yeah. So and in order it happens like this. First of all, we need to have an overall labor market policy framework that is facilitating change, that it makes change easier. It is helping change. Even if we have all this just transition talk at every level, we are not there. The labor market framework, we have to be honest, is one that where precarious work, low wage sector, bad working conditions are quite prevalent. So it is not difficult that a worker or a trade union thinks that if anything changes, I can only lose on. So as long that the perception is this, this transformation will be very difficult. So first of all, that's why this overall labor market policy framework should be more facilitating change. That is the one thing. At the plant level, we certainly need to have strong workers' participation practices. That means kind of a real say of workers and arranged in a way that social partners can manage the change. The change is not going to be a dictate. That is important. There are actually, and this is why I'm trying to come to an end, there are good examples already, but not too many. Yeah? So this is where I can mention good examples from Germany at plant level practices, at some of the automobile manufacturers like Daimler and Volkswagen, there had been made ambitious and forward-looking restructuring plans where works councils and the management worked together and found a common approach and a common employment. Some details actually could be even more interesting because there is evidence in some cases that where the Works Council was stronger, like at Volkswagen, they were able to get through more ambitious engagement from the company, for example, for the battery production, because Volkswagen is the company that will integrate the battery manufacturing into its own value chain, not like the other car companies. And that is partially thanks to the Works Council. There are other examples like the big energy company in Italy, the Enel, where the very ambitious and massive restructuring program that ended up or involved the closure of 20 power plants. So there were massive changes there. And all these were, well, not without conflict, but based on agreement with trade unions and with a kind of framework agreement, advanced looking. It was not from one day to another. There was a time horizon given. So these are good examples. We also have to see that the time horizon is very important. And I would like to emphasize at the end that a just transition is not the same as slow transition. So the situation is that we have to make a radical decarbonization process. There is no time. So for example, in the German context, there is a lot of good example, and I would say the good side is more the institutional framework, the role of actors, and policies. But the overall ambition is absolutely not proper. So the current still valid coal exit of 2038 is absolutely, well, I mean, it's hard to comment. Well, it will be hopefully revised. And for example, also there are some issues with the automobile industry. Also in the European context, I would only mention one thing, that there is a flawed regulation for the car emissions because they are weight-based. So this means that the heavy and big cars have an advantage in the European car emission standards. And this leads to the fact that all the companies are producing these massive and big cars, which is absolutely counterproductive and not good. And that was actually mostly due to German influence. So there are a lot of discussions and disputes and contradictions, but Europe at least recognized that just transition is a key element of the green transition process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation and your input in the discussion around the just transition, very important voice of the trade unions, showing that the process is that complex, but there are good examples how the constructive dialogue had an important input in the strategies of the organizations of employers. And now I would like to invite our next guest, who is Dr. Łukasz Trębaczowski from the Institute of Sociology, University of Silesia. Mr. Trębaczowski, you are a psychologist that is working on the just transition processes. Can you elaborate more on what are the social and cultural aspects of the just transition and how is it evolving?
Yes, thank you. I would like to thank organizers for inviting me to this conference. Being the last one in the conference is always challenging, not only because of time pressure, but also because everything that was to be said was already said. So I followed that path and I decided to present something that would order maybe the very complex issues of just transition, focusing, of course, mostly on the cultural and social aspects. First of all, next slide, please. First of all, we should distinguish the main actors for whom the transition must be just. You know, the first in the center should be people, so the workers from affected carbon-intensive industries that are undergoing transition. Later on, we have local communities, those frontline communities, whose whole social and economic life is based on carbon-intensive industry that is undergoing transition. Finally, we have the sector or the industry that is being changed. This means more than just the companies, but also the subcontractors, the value chains, the network of institutions collaborating with the sector. And last on the graph, but not last really, is the regional level. Well, at this level, the challenge is to avoid the lock-in and lock-in situations and avoid the fate of some old industrial regions that are lagging behind the other developing regions in the countries. This could be also prolonged. It's not made on the graph, but it could be also prolonged to the national level and global level. But I state only at this four actors. Next slide, please. Typically for discussing just transition, we refer to energy justice, and three dimensions of this energy justice are distributional justice, which refers to economic and material distribution. And the question here is how material and economic costs and benefits of energy transition distributed among affected groups. The participatory justice refers to politics, representation, and governance. And the question here is how are affected groups represented in the decision-making processes which affect their lives through the energy transitions. And last but not least is recognition justice, which refers to the culture, community, public. And the question here is how do affected groups attain or fail to attain public recognition of their position and their role in the just transition process. Next slide, please. By juxtaposing of those two typologies, we can build the matrix of challenges or problems of just transition. Because distributional justice usually gets a lot of attention, it's particularly focused on distribution, and participatory justice is gaining more and more recognizability. I would start from the bottom, from the recognition justice, which is pretty often overlooked. And the recognition justice, in the workers' case, we should think that we should concentrate on the fact that the professions in those carbon-intensive industries are very often loaded with identity and source of pride and dignity for those people. We can see that in miners' case, but I think that other industries also. We should also recognize the gender dimension of the carbon-intensive professional roles. And in the case of frontline communities, the recognition justice refers to problem of the challenge, to overcome the isolation of those communities. Well, maybe in case of Ruhrgebiet or in Upper Silesia, it's not so visible, but in other communities that are less central located, this isolation is very visible. And moreover, overcoming the professional homogeneity of and the holelessness of the social relations. So, as was mentioned in the previous presentations, we should not overlook the role of women in these frontline communities too. In the case of sector, the recognition justice refers to industrial heritage, to the memory that should be kept, but it should be kept with those people who really worked in those facilities and were involved, so not to take these memories, landscapes and landmarks out of their hands. Finally, at the regional level, there is a challenge regions may face in decoupling the regional culture and the identities rooted in carbon-intensive industries. Some regions were, especially we can see it in the coal regions, where the coal mining was part of the regional identity. So that's the challenge at the regional level. Going to participatory justice, the participation of workers in policy-making process needs unblocking communication channels. So those people, those affected workers can participate in the policy-making process, and especially it refers to people, those workers with lower visibility or sensitive. I see here women or immigrant workers as especially groups to focus on. At the local community level or the frontline community level, the participatory justice needs the challenges in empowering those groups, identifying those who are left behind, and stimulating willingness to change. Antoni Bielewicz said in his previous speech that he can number 20 to 30 groups of people that should be included in this process. In a sector, referring to the sector, the participation here is mainly concentrated on labor unions, because labor unions, as Professor Galgoci pointed out, are key to the sectoral transition. But what's important, we have to go beyond the three-partite commissions or the economic restructuring-like processes or negotiations. And labor unions face new challenges and new roles they are finding themselves in, because the support in case of just transition goes beyond the employment period. We can see the examples of such solutions in Australia, for example. Participatory justice in the regional level means broad representation of different groups affected within the region, and while this should be done in a deliberative process. So all those citizen groups that can be affected on the regional level should be involved in the process. Distributional justice in case of workers, well, it's was pretty much covered in the previous speeches so far. So I would just simply say that we need some support for the workers finding new jobs, decent jobs, not precarious, and of course reskilling for finding those jobs. For local community level, we should not overlook the role of local governments, local authorities, because they cope with simultaneous drop in taxes and tax incomes and increase in social assistance expenditures. So they are squeezed from two different sides. And support here should also go to create new workplaces for the members of the communities. At the sector level, the investments should allow for new specializations for the supply chain, for the suppliers, and of course for the institutions that were supporting the old industry, the carbon-intensive industry. And finally, at the regional level, we need finding a new development path for the region. And well, less in case of rural region, we can see that the handicaps like the pollution brought new growth of green technologies within the region. So thank you very much. Last slide, please. Should anyone like to contact me, please, you can see it. I would be eager to discuss those problems with anyone who is interested. Thank you very much.
Dr. Trębaczewski, thank you very much for your insightful presentation. I am sure that you have created a lot of interest presenting the metrics and sharing all your insights regarding the impact of just transition on the cultural and social processes. And with that, I would like to thank all the speakers in this final panel of the Just Transition in Practice conference. Thank you so much, Dr. Brauers, Ms. Satkowska, Mr. Galgoci, and Dr. Trębaczewski. I want to thank all the participants, or all the speakers of today's conference. This will not be that insightful event without your input and your presentations. And with that, we are actually heading towards the end of the conference. On behalf of the organizers, the National Center for Climate Change, I would like to thank the honorary patrons of today's event, of today's conference, the Ministry of Climate and Environment of Republic of Poland, and also the United Nations Climate Action Program. Thank you so much for your support and your engagement in the process. We do believe that all our distinguished guests have shared many important insights and thoughts and inspiration on how to make the just transition in a way that will ensure people and their everyday lives in the center of the whole process. And I would like to bring now the key thoughts, the messages that were presented by our experts that are, I think, a good summary of what happened today. Let me start with words from Mr. Frans Timmermans, who stated that just transition makes economic sense and is now driven by economic signals. However, we cannot rely on the invisible hand of the market to make it socially fair. We also have heard from Professor Phoebe Koundouri. She said, it is obvious that just transition requires effective mechanisms for private and public partnership. After all, most of the capital on the market is private. We've also heard from Mr. Ricardo Mourinho Félix, who emphasizes the fact that redistribution by itself will not suffice. Human capital, skills, and labor markets, these issues are the key. I would like to also remind and bring the guidelines, or how it was presented, the golden rules of just transition that were proposed by Mr. Antoni Bielewicz, who said that all processes have to be evidence-based. Do not trust your gut feeling, not matter who you are. Secondly, he mentioned that include different stakeholders. Groups have to be very specifically and carefully designed and defined. Third, empower local governments. Everybody knows it's in theory, however, in practice, this is not always the case. Fourth, do not forget about the heritage of local communities. It is intangible, but it's an asset. And finally, adopt a long-term perspective, the golden rule of just transition by Mr. Antoni Bielewicz. And last but not least, I would like to quote what Mr. Remy Sietchiping said. We need a narrative explaining change in a common issue affecting everyone. Without cooperation, the challenges of just transition will not become opportunities. Thank you so much for all the insightful presentations. We do hope that this will give the energy and enthusiasm that is needed in pursuing the just transition. I had an honor and a great privilege of being the host of this year's conference, Just Transition in Practice, but this event will not be possible without an effort and engagement of the whole team of the National Center for Climate Change, who I would like to thank very much. I would like to also acknowledge the people behind the scenes, the production team involved in the process. Thank you so much for staying with us at the conference today, and I do hope we will see you in future. That was Just Transition in Practice. Thank you so much.